It's Funky DL. I came to tell you what happens on a day by day. When I switch on the TV, I see negativity. It seems like bad news moves with longevity. We watch crime rates escalate, the debate on classmates who became just states. Young girls thinking they ladies and acting crazy. Just turned 15, now you having a baby. The daddy ain't around, yo, he made a quick exit and said you no money while he's humping the next chick. We got young bloods out playing the dope game, shooting up heroin, taking crack and cocaine. Stealing cash from their friends and family, thinking they top dog, but they timid and cowardly. We got kids going clubs to look for fights. One wrong move, they kablow, they out your lights. Tell me where these young kids get guns from. I also want to know where they getting their funds from. It doesn't look like the world cares too much. The world fears too much. The world says too much. Acting like it's gonna fade away, but we letting it stay. Watching it day by day. Day by day, kids die. Every single day, moms cry. There ain't a single day that goes by when I don't rhyme. I show my people now's the time to expand your mind. Day by day, kids fail. I end up being dead or in jail. It's a long going down. Day by day, I say, build for your future, but you gotta live day by day. Yo, I had a friend who I used to check. In his crib, yo, he flexed on a couple of decks. And I still got tapes of when me and him used to rhyme. Only thing is he died back in 99. It kinda hits you when your peoples pass away. And sometimes death is only a glance away. I find that some people need to be woken up before it's too late and their life gets broken up. We're the fathers, we're the mothers, we're the sisters, we're the brothers. Sometimes acting like they don't love us. Crews fighting each other from the same borough. 20 cats chasing one man, so take cover. Boys telling their girlfriends there's no cover. They slap them in the face till you tell her that you love her. You discover that she pregnant with the next man's child, and you acting wild to go find the next man who laid down with your crew. You didn't have to look far, he's from your crew. Check it, acting stupid now you have to pay. See stories like this happen day by day. Day by day, kids die. Every single day, moms cry. There ain't a single day that goes by when I don't rhyme. I show my people now's the time to expand your mind. Day by day, kids fail. I end up being dead or in jail. It's a long going down. Day by day, I say, build for your future, but you gotta live day by day. Check it. It's such a shame when I see things like this. Yo, it makes me wonder what's gonna happen to my kids when they grow up, if they even get to make it. Satan's out there trying to take them in a snake pit. In 20 years time, will it be safe to step out your crib, go get your mail from your gates? If you make it back inside alive, you're lucky, dude. Life ain't child's play, you think this is Chucky, dude? So take heed to the words that I say to you, cause I got one more thing to relate to you. Time goes by real quick, so do something and stop fronting. Don't make your life mean nothing, cause the clock won't stop for you or your squad. Work hard or hold down your damn job. Hope you're taking in the words that I say. I'm saying it from living it day by day. Day by day, kids die. Every single day, moms cry. There ain't a single day that goes by when I don't rhyme. I show my people now's the time to expand your mind. Day by day, kids fail. I end up being dead or in jail. It's a long going down. Day by day, I say, build for your future, but you gotta live day by day. Yeah, you gotta live day by day. Build for your future, what? Funky DL, peep my flow, representing with Hideout Pro. And we out, let's go. Day by day.
I was the one who was patient and grown, but talking some more, get him tasting the chrome. Pussy, put in this place and he gone. Them chambers and shame, put it straight to your dome. Ain't noticing pressure, I stay in my zone. I ain't worried about turning the grave to a home life. That's a vacation at best. Them hoes really flaky, I stay with the set. Fist in the back and it's taking a jet. He cover his face and we aim for his neck. Like, I couldn't fake with a tech. Computer virus, I invade with a tech. Ran out of lettuce, a blade in the deck. Came with your throat, now your trachea is separate. Pink got me floating like Mesprit. You really fiendly, you wholly invested. That shit got you looking too desperate. Type of shit me and my homies don't mess with. Not who you wanna be left with. it. Tool in his mouth, make him talk, I'm a dentist. Get too close to the kid, now you destined. Poking his nose, but he ain't getting tested. I'll go to while you see me phony. Switch on the blue like I'm playing a Sony. Keeping the peace, that's some pork and bologna. I cannot be found, for 12 I'll be Coney. Wrap it up loose with the leaf. I get it straight from the Cubans, they passing my homies. New glide bruising your feet, that shit gonna kick at your dog out the box. Odie. Fucking bar, bro. Yeah, let me just count my paper. Already done. I could be walking the side of a road with a shopping cart full of them bangers and crunk. Hospital sucking up all of my funds. Still drive my beat up and eat it for lunch. Bitch, I've been starving, decaying on chemo. The last thing scaring my ass is a gun. Pussy, you barely a threat. Please get the fuck out my face. Pussy, you barely a threat. Can I keep up with my pace? Can I keep up with my last thing scaring my ass? Can I keep up with my
Good morning, Patriots, and welcome back to another episode of The Discourse. I am your host, the lovely Brandon Sutton, and today is August 21st. It is a Friday. You made it to the end of the week. You made it to another episode of The Discourse. Congratulations. It's going to be a good one, folks. It is going to be a good one. Well, that really depends on how you feel about it, I suppose. I don't want to tell you how to feel. I never want to tell you how to feel. I just want to tell you what to think. No, neither. I want to entertain you. I want to have a good time, not a long time. Well, probably about 4 hours. But I do want to have a hard stop today because, like I said, I want to go see the new Spider-Man movie, but it's 2.5 hours long because every Marvel movie is over 2 hours and a half, over 2.5 hours now. But if I don't end the stream around the normal time, I'll only be able to go see the one at 9:30, which means that it won't end until like 1 o'clock at night, which is fine. I mean, I don't have anywhere to be, but you know what I mean? Like if I don't do it, I want to tell you how to feel and what to think. It says Ampatomu. Put my glasses on. Ampatomu. There is an app that tells you the best times to pee in cinema movies without spoiling. If I go see the movie that takes place or is where the showtime is before 9:30, there'll be an intermission. Because the movie theater near me has an intermission if the movie is over 2 hours long, but only if that movie starts before 9 o'clock, I think. Essentially only if it's not if it's not the last showing of the night. So if I go to the earlier one, there'll be an intermission. Watch it in IMAX. There's no IMAX option near me for this one. There is a 3D option and there is a Screen X option, but I don't think I'll be able to make either of those unless I end the stream early, and I don't think that you want me to end the stream early. Screen X is that thing where they extend the screens artificially onto the walls opposite each other on the other sides of the screen, right? It's hard for me to describe, but you know how a room is. Like it has four walls usually. The screen is on one of those walls. Screen X is where at certain times during the movie where there's like large expanses of stuff where it would make sense. I can only assume they use AI or some kind of like computer graphics enhanced by AI to expand the screen. And so it like also projects onto the other, two of the other three walls. I find it to be kind of disorienting, to be honest. Like, it sounds like it could be more immersive, but in reality, when you're watching a movie, you're already looking at, a fixed point, a big screen in front of you. When you have like stuff moving on the sides of your vision as well, not like driving a car, obviously. When you have that stuff on the side of your screens, it gives me a little bit of a headache for the first few minutes of the movie, and I don't think it actually adds anything meaningful to like the enjoyment. Nope, it's a special type of recording process. Either way, I was wrong, but it also doesn't change my feeling about the overall effect. But I appreciate the clarification. I just assumed it was AI because it looks bad at times. I wasn't going to say that because if you've been there, but there are times where it looks really bad. So I assumed it was being done with AI. I'm glad they stopped doing 3D and everything. That was a pretty bad part of the movie, the movie industry for the past 20 years when everything had to be in 3D. This doesn't sound very appealing unless the movie is specifically made to be shown that way. Well, you could imagine a circumstance where it could sound appealing, right? Where let's say you're watching Dune and there is a scene where Timothy Chalamet is standing on top of a big sand dune and looking into like the distance, and you want to like really appreciate just how wide and expansive it is. It would project more sand dunes because it's never anything complicated on the other two walls. It's only like simple things like the sand dunes would be a good thing to project on those walls to really give you a feeling of how big the space is, or like if they're on the open ocean or something like that. Even with that lack of like complex stuff being shown, it still looks pretty bad, and it's also disorienting in my opinion. But you can kind of see when that would be useful. And then for the rest of the movie, it turns off, right? It only does it at certain times in the movie, if I wasn't clear about that. And so it's not the entire movie. That would also be annoying. It's at random times where it would make sense. So I guess not random, but times where it would make sense in terms of what they're showing. But I think that makes it worse actually because you can only get so used to it. I do appreciate a big sand dune. You basically get used to it. I think by the halfway mark, you get used to it. I could see what they would do. Like in my head, I basically already understand what they would do for the Screen X for the Spider-Man movie. Probably when he's like swinging through New York City, they would put the buildings on the side. It would be annoying. So I'm going to just see it normal. Plus, the only showings after the stream ends are going to be normal showings. But I have a pretty fine sized bladder. I know you don't feel that way because I get up to pee a lot when I'm streaming. But in reality, that's only because the bathroom is literally right outside the door that I'm pointing to that you can't see. And so there's like the mental baggage of going like, I can go to the bathroom anytime. It only takes like 30 seconds. But in a movie, I don't have that problem usually. I wasn't raised that way. My mom, as you know, is really into going to the movies, and she did not like getting up in the middle of the movie to have to go pee. We did it obviously, but it wasn't, incentivized in my household. So we had to just learn how to like hold our bladder and for the movie, right? Except for in the most extreme circumstances. But I do prefer an intermission. You got to know how I feel about people who are like, well, I get taken out of the moment. I lose my immersion. I think that's kind of low frequency to admit that. It's a little low frequency to be like, oh, if a fake thing ends for even 20 seconds, I can't stop remembering that it's like not real or something. I don't know. To me, it just seems like just go up and pee then. Just it's fine. Go outside for a smoke. It's nice though. It's definitely nice. I thought that I would have an issue with that going back to the movies after the pandemic because I definitely had to pee a lot more during the pandemic. I think just because, like, yeah, I was working from home and there was always a bathroom right around me. So I felt like, damn, I'm peeing all the time now. But once, the things opened back up, I think my bladder kind of normalized. Is Liver King still in jail after trying to, I think, assassinate, what's his face? Joe Rogan? Not liking missing things is totally fine, right? That's why you need an intermission, right? An intermission at the halfway point in a movie is so practical because you can get more snacks, you can go outside for a smoke, you can get another drink, you can go pee, you can take a whole shit, honestly. God, there goes the monetization. You can take a whole shit, honestly, because you have like 10 minutes. I think it's 10 minutes where I am. At the theater I go to, it's 10 minutes, right? Because not every theater I have near me has intermission. This one just does. And 10 minutes is a ton of time. It's enough time for people to go to the bathroom without the bathrooms getting flooded with people who like didn't make you wait in line. Like, no offense, even plays have intermissions. Are you saying that you're better than like the theater? You're not. You're not better than the theater. Especially since now every movie is over 2 hours and 15 minutes long now for no reason. You guys also know how I feel about that. Although I can concede that it is changing. Movies are starting to get back down to reasonable like lengths, but for a while, every movie was just really edited very poorly, and they were trying to get over the plot not being very good by having an ensemble cast, so that you kind of have to make the most of having 15 A-list actors in your movie by giving them things to do. And so every movie needed to be at least 2 hours and 20 minutes to justify itself. And those movies always were too long. They always felt like they were wasting your time. So Back to the Future at the Fisher Theater, the play was better than the movie. I don't know about that. The movie's pretty good. I still haven't even seen the new Avatar. Speaking of really long movies, old movies used to have legit intermissions. Some movies do still, like Bollywood movies do. Synthos187, thank you for the 100 bits over on Twitch. Going to movies with friends, there have been times I just pass out in a comfy lazy boy type seat and I was totally content with the experience. Hell yeah. You're paying for it. You can get whatever you want out of it. Who cares? They made a car to fly on. That's pretty good. I didn't get to see the Death Note musical at the Barbican when I went to London because it was sold out. I cucked myself by not buying the tickets. I tend to be a little frugal because I'm like, I don't know. Like, if I really want to, I'll like come back around to it. But, when it's musical Death Note at the Barbican, you kind of have to just like go out of your way to buy those tickets. Although, after watching that Russell Brand video, I guess I would have been at the same place he was at. No, he was talking about going to the Barbican when they were still dating like years ago. And so, whatever. I guess I wouldn't have been there at the same time as him. But who knows, right? I really was bad about procrastinating today. I've really been procrastinating about handling this stupid ass utility bill I have. Mm. Because they're having an issue. At least I think they're having an issue. Not to tell you too much about my own like life, where by nature of the way our pipes are, all of the gas in the building is being recorded as being used by our apartment, despite the fact that there's also like a restaurant in the building. I'm assuming that's what's happening because for it to not be what's happening, we're definitely using a ton of gas, brother. I I'm terrible for the environment. I'm terrible for the environment if I'm actually using this amount of gas in my space over like a year. And so I gotta what you call it. No, I'm not paying it because they're overcharging me. Ghost kitchen. Yeah, I'm running a ghost kitchen. Brendan is gassy, exactly. You know I love my beans. I'm running a data center out of my house. No, it can't be a leak because I'd be dead. If it were a leak, it would still be so much gas that it would kill me, for sure. Anonymous, thank you for the $31 tip. Today's my 31st birthday. Congratulations. And while I'd usually associate it with negative memories, I have to thank you in the chat for helping me see it as a special day and to celebrate myself. I'm super grateful for the stream. Take care, everyone. Well, happy birthday to you. You didn't include your name, so I can't tell people what to put after the HBD, but happy birthday to you, Anonymous. I hope you enjoy your birthday. Do something nice for yourself. You might as well. Like, fuck it. A lot of people like get crazy about like getting slightly older at a time where we're starting to develop cancer vaccines. But I don't think that you should be so, if anything, you're going to live to see a lot of the bad stuff. Maybe if you're lucky, maybe some of the good stuff. Happy birthday. Gosh, speaking of some of the bad stuff, I have to give you a trigger warning as I remember to right now about the thing I'm going to show you. If you feel very strongly about planes hitting helicopters, I would suggest that you at least not watch the stream. You can listen. But there was another, well, not a jet disaster because it was a single propeller plane. It was like a personal plane that hit a helicopter in Philadelphia, a police helicopter in Philadelphia. And it's like straight up out of a Grand Theft Auto video. What do you mean how? How did it hit it? It's America. Bro, I don't remember planes hitting each other this much ever in my life. I'm sure that's just like a bias you're discovering. I can't remember what kind of bias it is, but it's just, sometimes your friend buys a red car, right? Sometimes your friend buys a red car and you come out of your house after that, and basically every car on the street is that exact same model and it's also red. And you think to yourself, this must just be a coincidence. And that's what's happening here, right? This must just be a coincidence. Confirmation bias, sure. That's what it sounds like. Recency bias, it's all the biases. My friend is a heck of a trendsetter, exactly. It's Trump. Brandon, pilot here. I fly out of that Carlisle airport where it happens. This is cool on 2K545 in the YouTube chat. I fly out of that Carlisle airport where it happened. It was pilot error. He didn't account for the helicopter's wake turbulence. Oh shit. Hate when that happens. It didn't explode. Carg Island Airport, exactly. Brendan, I'm a plane. We just like to hit things sometimes. Who doesn't? Get it out. You gotta just like sometimes you gotta just dance. This is the plane's version of dancing. No, I have to schedule like back to my problems as opposed to whatever the hell I was talking about with planes crashing into helicopters. No, I have to schedule like a technical inspection so that they can confirm that I'm not using as much gas as a literal industrial kitchen just to heat my home in an incredibly moderate temperature. I wouldn't even make any sense. I'm a helicopter. I'm a bit of a masochist. Well, I'm glad you're putting your spin on it. Quit hoarding the gas, bro. Hey, you know what? Maybe I am. Maybe they'll prove to me that I use that much gas and that I owe them that much money, but I need to see it. They're gonna have to come out and show it to me. I just don't believe it. I don't believe people are paying that much for utilities. I've never seen a gas bill so high. The highest I've ever spent for gas was in New York City during like the pandemic, where there were a few months I think where, well, not gas, electricity. So when I was running utilities, I should say, when I was running like an AC during the height of the pandemic, and it was like really hot, and so there were like a lot of issues going on in terms of like the increase of gas prices. The most I ever paid for a utility bill, actually energy prices, not just gas prices, was like maybe $400 a month. And of course for like a apartment with multiple people in it, so it's not just me, but $400 like a month for like combination gas electricity. This is like multiple times more than that across every month. Gastricity, you need it. You have a gas leak, and the reason you are unaware of it is because you have a gas leak, and the reason you are unaware of it is because no way. And also like I got so I changed suppliers, and the supplier is now doing it like properly, and like my new gas bill was like 24 like 24 euro. And so like they want to charge me like literally 10 times that, no, not even 10 times that, like 100 times that. So I'm just not going to pay that, obviously, until they prove to me that somehow like it's going crazy. I'm not passed out. I took my pills already. Well, I mean, since I mentioned it, why don't we start with that crash? Because it's crazy. Definitely like trigger warning if you find stuff like this to be well, triggering. Oh, don't forget to change your premium account. No. Let's get this done early so I don't have to worry about it for the rest of the stream.
We turn now to Pennsylvania and a deadly collision caught on.
This guy has already said Pennsylvania more times in the first 2 seconds of the video. Don't worry, I'm gonna get the browser up. In the first 2 seconds of this video than I've heard John Fetterman say. And I only mention that because I've been on the lookout for John Fetterman, not around me, like not like how you might be on the lookout for, I don't know, monsters in a dark forest in Germany, but literally on Fox News. I've just been expecting him to be on Fox News. Maybe that's my bias, because I'm like, we've had a spate of DSA candidates win. We've had some lose. Like, where is John Fetterman? Like, what is he doing? He's not working, obviously. Think he's in Israel? No, he must just be back home in his district. Well, I mean, not district, because he's the senator from Pennsylvania. But, back home in Pennsylvania where he has his office, like maybe trying to schmooze with people.
We turn now to Pennsylvania and a deadly collision caught on camera there. A small plane slamming into a police helicopter yesterday at an airport outside the state capital of Harrisburg. The video, as you may.
Yeah, also, like, this is no trigger warning again, but it's not graphic, depending on what you mean by graphic. It's not graphic as in then there's no blood or like body parts flying around, but it is graphic in the sense that if you have an imagination, you might be turned off by this.
Police helicopter yesterday at an airport outside the state capital of Harrisburg. The video, as you may imagine, hard to watch. Here's CBS's Michael George.
It happened in an instant. A security camera captured the moment a Cessna 150 flew right into a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter hovering just a few feet off the ground.
The helicopter's crashed in the grass off the runway. The airplane is obliterated in pieces.
State police say the helicopter crew was conducting routine exercises at the Carlisle airport when the plane, attempting to land, suddenly veered into the back of the helicopter. What caused the crash is still unclear.
I have no information at all to tell me either a pilot.
Oh, so the person in the chat, Coulon, is saying that like seemingly what caused this was the pilot not accounting for the fact that a helicopter has big spinning blades, and therefore it's going to have some kind of impact on the way in which you are able to like go by it. You have to imagine. I see how that makes sense, right? Like you wouldn't be able to just like land your plane with its very flimsy wings near a helicopter that's still spinning, right?
Cause the crash is still unclear.
I have no information at all to tell me.
No pigs were harmed in the shooting of this film. What makes you think that? Like this is like a really violent crash. People were definitely harmed. I think someone died.
What caused the crash is still unclear.
I have no information at all to tell me either pilot of either vehicle was at fault. We are very early in the investigation to determine that.
Across the street, Lloyd Slusser was mowing his mother-in-law's lawn. He jumped a fence and ran towards the wreckage, where he found the 2 injured troopers.
As the officers got out of the plane, the pilot, when I saw he was helping the co-pilot out, the pilot was in a little bit worse shape. He kind of immediately went down.
Both troopers were brought to a local hospital with minor injuries. One has been released. The pilot of the Cessna has been identified as Paul Sokolowski, an ER doctor.
It was an example last night of how a community comes together in tragedy.
Now, even though there was no air traffic control tower at that airport, both pilots were in touch with each other. The NTSB says its preliminary report should be released within 30 days and its final report within 18 months. Tony?
Michael.
Would you guys fly a plane? I mean, well, obviously some of you do fly a plane, hence why that person left that chat with more information about this. But would you fly like a plane recreationally like this? I don't think I would. I know a lot of like upper middle class, because planes actually aren't that expensive. You might, be surprised to find that out. Like planes aren't so expensive as to be outside of the purchase range of the upper middle class in terms of like what they could access to, kind of like boats and other things like that. If you have a job, like you're a doctor or a dentist or something like that, you can afford a plane. You got to have it like, hangared and shit like that, but you can afford a plane. But I don't think that I would want to fly my own plane like this. I don't think I would want to do that. It seems so like show offy, like the kind of thing that like a guy thinks is cool to learn how to fly, but it's not for me. Jet fuel costs. Well, you can't fly a jet. I don't think that people own personal jets, and planes that have propellers don't use jet fuel. They use, I don't know, probably diesel or something, I would imagine, depending on the type of plane, but they don't use jet fuel because they don't have jets usually. It's amazing. It's just not for me. I'm sure it's amazing. I don't mind flying, and it's obviously safer than other forms of travel usually. But I just mean personally, I wouldn't want to fly a plane. Like having to do all of that seems like a lot. Brandon going out to judge the pilots. I'm not judging the pilots. I'm just saying that I would not want to be one in this particular case. Isn't jet fuel just kerosene? I'm not like a petroleum engineer. I'm just trying to say that I don't think that regular propeller planes in like 747s use the same type of fuel. I would never get in a helicopter. In fact, didn't one of you send me a story about like a helicopter going down in the Strait of Hormuz? I might not be able to find anything about that right now. I spelled straight wrong. I'm not really seeing any. Is this it? I don't know if I have ever watched this channel before.
An emergency alarm, a sudden descent, and then complete silence. A US aircraft has reportedly vanished from flight radar over the highly volatile Strait of Hormuz. And as the mystery surrounding its disappearance deepens, speculation is growing. Did Iran shoot down an American aircraft? The aircraft in question is reportedly an E-3G Sentry AWACS, one of America's key airborne surveillance and command platforms. According to a Russian report citing Flight Radar 24, the aircraft transmitted the emergency 7700 squawk code before disappearing from radar. But what does 7700 mean? It is the international transponder code for a general emergency. In simple terms, the pilot or crew uses it to alert air traffic control that the aircraft is in distress and may require immediate assistance. But there is an important caveat. A A 7700 signal does not mean the aircraft was attacked. It just tells us there was an emergency, but not what caused it. And that
So maybe it just crashed for no reason again. We have got to get that under control. This does not feel normal. Now, I know people were saying that the number of normal plane crashes in the United States with jets and helicopters and stuff like that felt abnormal. I guess I can't say if it's abnormal. I can say that it, I guess, hasn't risen to the point where flying is more dangerous than, like, let's say, driving in your car. But I think the number of errors, like unforced errors that they seem to be implying happen with our aircraft in the Middle East. Like, we lose this number of planes, which is the most number of planes since Vietnam, and then we lose all of this stuff. Like, I don't think that's normal. It feels like we'll eventually just run out of stuff. I mean, we're already running out of stuff, but it feels like we have a lot of these, like, oopsies, friendly fire incidents. Like, I don't know. I just feel like this is abnormal.
That uncertainty is now at the center of this mystery, because this was no ordinary aircraft. The E-3G Sentry is often described as America's eye in the sky.
No, an AWAC is not a helicopter. It's just another plane that's crashing, or maybe just in danger. It's that one with the big dish that, like, they use for surveillance.
At its heart, it is a huge 30-foot rotating radar dome, the aircraft's most recognizable feature. From the sky, it can build a picture of what is happening across a vast area. Its radar can detect and locate targets at distances of more than 402 kilometers, with coverage stretching from the surface to the stratosphere. But the E-3G does much more than watch. It can also track aircraft, missiles and drones, while helping commanders monitor activity on the ground. At sea, it can also direct fighter aircraft, coordinate missions and support air battle management. In effect, it can function as a flying command center. The aircraft is designed to operate in all kinds of weather conditions and can also support maritime surveillance. And that capability is especially important around the Persian Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz, where aircraft, warships and commercial vessels operate in close proximity, which played a crucial role in the US-Iran war. Earlier in March, an E-3 Sentry was reportedly damaged in an Iranian missile and drone attack on Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. So, an American surveillance aircraft disappearing after declaring an emergency over the same strategic point is bound to raise some questions. But why is Hormuz such a dangerous flashpoint? Well, because the narrow waterway is not just another stretch of sea, it is one of the world's most important energy routes. And right now, it is also at the center of the US-Iran confrontation. Some ships are still moving through...
Okay, we don't need a reminder of all this. We know what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. But interesting, I feel like this is not the only time, even apart from the time that he was just mentioning, where we lost a lot of, well, what the incident he was mentioning, I think, is that same incident that we only found out about a few weeks ago, maybe months ago now, where that fixed wing fighter from, like, the Vietnam era was used to, like, attack our bases. But I feel like we've lost, or at least we've lost track of a lot of ships or whatever, a lot of planes in this region already. We lose Reaper drones all the time. They go missing off the radar. Trump is just lying about the whole thing. Constantly lying about, like, our capabilities in this war. Go missing, yeah. Well, it can't be Iran because we control their air, so they just go missing. They just disappear. You know, that E-3 was struck on the ground when they attacked with that fixed-wing aircraft from the Vietnam era. And we only found out about that, like, gosh, because it happened back in March, right after we did the attack. But we only found out about it, I want to say, maybe in June-ish, where they released a lot more information about how much more effective and damaging the initial wave of retaliation from Iran was. And that included that, little tidbit about the fixed-wing aircraft from Vietnam era attacking our bases, which I think was the first time since Vietnam where that had happened as well. And basically just embarrassing us. Not to mention all of the aircraft that we had to blow up on our way out of the pilot rescue mission, which at this point was literally over 4 months ago, just so you know, because that happened on Easter weekend, which was the 5th to the 7th or like around that. No, I think it was like the 3rd to the 5th was Easter weekend. The 8th is when Trump made that, like, praise be to no, 8th was when we did the ceasefire. You'll have to forgive me, but it's been over 4 months since the rescue of the pilot, and we still don't know anything about that really, except for more information about how suspicious it was that he was even flying, because he went down in the Kuwait attack, which was friendly fire a few weeks before that. Man, so many things have happened during this war in the past 6 months of it. Remember when it was only going to last 4 weeks, and now it's like we're going into month 6, and like a week it'll be 6 months basically, because it started on February 28th, and a week from now it'll be August 28th. UK judge just ruled no to terrorism for Palestine action activists. Great news. We'll maybe turn over to that after we do a few more of the clips I already have planned. But don't let me forget. No end in sight. Well, I mean, it can end whenever Trump wants it to end, because I do think that there is a position that some people take that I can't fully dispute, because you never know, but I do think it's meant to just absolve Trump in America of not surrendering, because in their minds, politically, it's not possible for Trump to surrender, right? Politically, it would be like suicide for him to do that. And they treat that like practically it means that America doesn't have to and shouldn't be expected to, even though they've lost this war. They feel like the onus should be on Iran to let America have some kind of symbolic victory, because, well, you know how things are. We just can't lose our hegemon status. That's just not realistic, right? And so some people have taken the position that even if Trump were to surrender and to rein Israel in and to do all the things that Iran has said that they want him to do in order to get things back to the way that they were, I mean, well, not back to the way they were, but at least open up again, that, they still would like not give in because they're just so radical. We haven't really seen much evidence of that, actually, because before the MOU was fully, before the MOU was fully enacted, Iran was already allowing ships to go back through the Strait of Hormuz through not just their route, but the Omani route, as long as they coordinated with Iran. The ships just stopped doing that at the behest of the United States, and they're still trying to run the strait at the behest of the United States. Only the ships that are like state-backed, like the UAE and Saudi state-backed ships are doing this because they have the insurance to do it. But like that's what caused the strait to shut down again. That's what started the tit-for-tat operations that happened basically a few weeks after the MOU was signed. But had America actually done what it said it would do, I have no reason to believe that Iran wouldn't like stop the war or, at least put an end and like follow through on their side of the deal, because they would have won and we would have surrendered and they would have gotten what they wanted, right? It's only because Trump is not going to surrender and is going to continue to be duplicitous, and people still feel the need to run interference for like the structure of the American presidency, and they don't want to normalize people having the, realization that America is the barbaric and untrustworthy partner in situations like this. In order to like, they don't want to acknowledge, because of those things, that like we're the holdup, right? That it's not legitimate to say that because of American politics being so complicated and because of our specter of might being so important to us, that even when we lose a war and don't have the appetite for fighting it, we should not be expected to surrender because of like the consequences for us. Because that's just shifting the burden onto Iran for like beating us in a war that we started, because we are just so sensitive about things like that, which we can't really expect to do. So people are just like being irrational in their belief that like, well, even if Trump were to do the things, which he's not going to do and can't, they still wouldn't give up. So can you really blame him? They're already just looking for a reason that when the global economy collapses to not fully blame America. I'm an international law advocate. Iran is following the law. USA is not. Well, I mean, I can't even say that, right? Because international law is obviously not equally applied. I can say that the, United States established a framework where the only law that can be enforced in in a aggressive war that they are in is the law that they allow to be forced and then therefore can enforce themselves. We just can no longer enforce any law against Iran, and they've beaten us. And so all we can do is, cry to the international courts, but they're powerless because we've left them powerless because we didn't want them to ever use anything against us. And we've, there is no international law in this case except for what you can actually exert with your power. And America has lost that battle. And so now, of trying to appeal to the law is just kind of silly. We have no way, all the Europeans are going to say okay, well then go enforce the law. That's what you're for, right? That's what you want to do. America wanted to be world police in this situation up until the point where Iran fought back. And now it's no, now we need a global coalition of police. We should make it illegal to not let us win. That's what he wants to say. It's illegal to not let us win. And that's actually what some Western outlets analysis is. Because they've already normalized Trump being psychotic. Western media will normalize Trump being untrustworthy and psychotic because, like I said, they don't want to fully delegitimize the American project. And that would happen if you totally acknowledge that Trump is a completely irrational actor who was democratically elected in America, which ultimately makes America not a rational actor because this stuff can happen and they have no way of really dealing with it. And so they can only portray Trump as so crazy and so delegitimizing before they start to justify things about America or against America they don't want to justify. And so a lot of people have just accepted this idea well, Trump can't surrender. He doesn't want to. It would mean a lot of negative things for America, but he just doesn't want to. He absolutely could. He has all of the power in the world to surrender. It would be a terrible blow to American empire. It would set our goals back in the region, 50, 60, who knows, maybe just completely destroy them. But he totally could surrender. He could surrender. He could bring this to an end. He just does not want to. Like I said, it's just it's like a guy getting into a fight, a bigger guy getting into a fight with a smaller guy at a bar to impress his girlfriend, only for that guy to know jujitsu and get him into a kimura, and for the boyfriend not to stop fighting, and for the no jujitsu guy to be if you don't stop fighting, I'm gonna have to break your arm, I have to break your arm, I have to break your arm, and for that for that guy's girlfriend to be just stop hurting him, and it's if I stop hurting him, he's gonna attack me. It's I know he's gonna attack you, but you still have to stop hurting him. It doesn't work that way. America's just gonna get his arm broken, and it's gonna of course lead to more negative consequences for the rest of the world. But there's no way for Iran to actively stop fighting us without us fighting them immediately upon being let up. No matter how many people who feel America is both their savior but also their victimizer cry about it also inconveniencing them. There are a lot of people who have just made their, I think, peace with America being this negative actor because they've been able to successfully exploit it to ways that they, benefit, but also can still feel they're being oppressed. Europe, right? A lot of European countries are like that, where they've monetized America being as bad as it is. They've benefited from it, but they can still feel America's being mean to them and oppressing them and making it, in which, allows them to have a moral superiority. When in reality, it's just, we all see it. The plural is Ayatollah. That's pretty interesting. Is it Ayatolloid? Okay, let's do another one of these stories I have. Oh, yeah. I mean, this one is also about airports, but it's not about airplanes crashing. So I don't know too much about this story. I guess we'll find out about it together. Some of you probably have heard about this, but Eric Andre apparently got stopped at Atlanta airport and searched, illegally, seemingly, and sued about it. So they've reached a settlement in that case.
A controversial police program involving searches and seizures at Atlanta's airport is over. Two famous comedians settled with Clayton County and their police department over what they say was a Fourth Amendment violation.
Political reporter Doug Reardon joins us now live from Hartsfield, Jackson, Atlanta.
Oh, so yeah, actually, we do know about this case because we watched the other ANF expose about this exact program at the airport. And basically what was happening, it wasn't ICE related. It was just the police. I forget which particular department, federal or state, I think federal. They were just essentially racially profiling people who were buying tickets to and from various places, specifically I think Atlanta to LA. But basically they were like trying to profile people who they felt might be traveling with, cash or other valuables in order to do their little like civil asset forfeiture plots. And so they would just like pick people out. They would have them flagged by the airlines. Like, did this person buy a ticket last minute? Did this person do this last minute? And then they would just claim that that would make them suspicious because it must mean that they're trafficking or doing something like that. Now, I don't know what they were trying to imply people were trafficking through the airports, like on their own person, because a lot of time they were just literally doing searches of like backpacks, finding money. Oh, this person's traveling with like $10,000. Of course, people of color, but traveling with like $10,000, $8,000, $1,000. We're going to take this. You must be like trafficking. And in a lot of these cases, it might surprise you, they also weren't properly filling out the paperwork and actively cataloging this money well. But they were using this whole like specter of drug trafficking, which I do not understand like who would be drug trafficking from Atlanta to LA via their carry-on baggage out of commercial airport, but whatever, in order to do this civil asset forfeiture plot. I wasn't aware that specifically called up Eric Andre. They fucked up that time.
Amendment violation.
Political reporter Doug Reardon joins us now live from Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International. And Doug, this is a story we first brought to light back in 2022, and we have been watching it unfold ever since.
We have, and that is when Clayton County told us they actually ended this program, but here we are all this time later, and the court battle is now over. This was part of what our investigative team exposed in their series, award-winning at that In Plain Sight, where they found DEA agents and local police officers were stopping passengers here at Hartsfield before they got on their flight, questioning them sometimes without evidence and oftentimes because of racial bias, and in some cases confiscating their money, causing them to miss their flight. That is over now.
We found plainclothes drug task force officers searching passengers for money at Hartsfield Jackson Atlanta International Airport.
It started with an A&F investigation and ended with a settlement and a wholesale change to police policy at the world's busiest airport. Those plainclothes officers, A&F Chief Investigator Brendan Keefe found, were oftentimes racially profiling passengers to conduct searches on. The NYU-based policing project found the same thing.
This was a program that ended up targeting mostly Black men traveling in airports.
Two of those Black men, comedians Eric Andre and Clayton English, were stopped by police on the jet bridge in 2022 during one such search. Both were represented by the policing project.
We alleged in our complaint that it resulted in from unlawful racial profiling and a practice of unlawful stops. It was humiliating to be pulled out of a line in the jet bridge, trapped by the police, and questioned, having their tickets taken.
Clayton County did respond to our request for comment, saying in a statement, quote, as reflected in the settlement agreement between the parties, there has been no admission of any fact or liability whatsoever relating to the incident involving the plaintiffs. They went on to say, quote, however, all have agreed that it is in everyone's interest to resolve this matter to end litigation and move forward, unquote. Clayton County Police stopped the searches in 2022 and says they haven't done them since.
We didn't think it needed to be happening for public safety purposes in the first place, and it's great that it's ended.
And Clayton County police officers very rarely patrol Hartsfield Jackson. It is in the jurisdiction of Atlanta Police, but any Clayton County officer that does come here to the airport now, we're told, does have a body camera and has received special training. At Hartsfield Jackson, Atlanta International Airport, Doug Reardon, Atlanta News First.
Special training on how not to rob people. It's always the solution to this problem to give them special training, even when it's like something that you shouldn't need training to not do. Like, I don't need special training to not rob people, right? At the airport, yeah, more overtime. Special training not to rob people. I don't know if they're still doing it. So like the whole scheme they laid out there, but I'll go into a little bit more detail about like what they were trying to do, right? And what I mean, like actually trying to do. So they would say that they weren't racially profiling. The police would say this, right? They would say that they were using a code book or like criteria of people who were traveling that was heavily correlated with like drug traffickers. And that criteria just happened to catch a lot of men of color. A lot of that criteria was based around, if I recall correctly, how and when the tickets were purchased. And it just so happens that it was a way that would, in my opinion, indicate that somebody was not necessarily well integrated within the banking sector, right? So what do I mean by that? A lot of people, when they travel, and maybe some of you know people like this, even though like I think it's very silly, a lot of people when they travel take out a lot of cash because they don't trust banks and they don't trust people with their card. And they were, in my opinion, using like a series of criteria to target people who fit that profile, which may also be the profile of people who deal drugs. I just don't think that they're trafficking drugs through the airport. They might be having money on them from trafficking drugs, but you can't really prove that just because they have money on them. So it just seems like you're opening yourself up for like stealing, essentially. But they were targeting people who seem to be less well integrated into the banking system and less trusting of it because they tended to have more money on them, because like a lot of people just prefer to travel and then spend cash. Like my mom is like this too, where like I don't know how you guys know people like, like when my mom travels, she wants to get like $5,000 in the local currency. And, you know, I've finally gotten her out of that, but people are like that. My uncle does that. Yeah. It's not illegal to have a lot of money on you. In fact, you don't even have to disclose how much money you have on you on a plane unless it's over $10,000. It's not illegal to travel with large sums of cash at all. And since it's not illegal, it's also not really suspicious. But cops, essentially with civil asset forfeiture, are allowed to take your money and then they invert the burden of proof basically onto you. And that's when they catalog it properly at all. They invert the burden of proof in cases like this onto you to prove that the money is not being used or from illegitimate means. Like you have to prove that that money was given to you legally. It's a total violation of the Fourth Amendment. But the burden for getting your money back is oftentimes so high. Like if they take like $3,000 from you, $4,000 from you, the money that you're going to spend to get a lawyer to represent you is going to, like, unless one does it pro bono, it's going to be far much more than like $4,000. And so oftentimes like they just get away with it because of the nature. Like it'd be different if after they took your money, if they weren't able to prove that a crime was committed for it, after 30 days, they would return it. It would still suck, obviously, but the burden of proof kind of shifts to you to like prove that the money is legitimate, which of course some people can do, but also you're not responsible for doing that. Like you're not the tax authority or anything like that. You're allowed to have money, but it works this way because cops are allowed to spend that money. Ultimately, when they do civil asset forfeiture, they're allowed to use that money for their own purposes at the station. Like, you know, not like, well, I mean, I can't say what they're not doing with it, but I'm just saying that once they take that money, they can use it for like cop funds, like to buy those glove things. And they take tons of money about it. I think that the amount taken from civil asset forfeiture in some jurisdictions is more than like the amount taken by like petty criminals, because they take large sums of money, obviously, where like someone might get robbed for like a few $100s. Cops oftentimes take large sums of money. Yeah, it's not just cash either. Yeah. Remember this for the Trump family court proceedings, for sure. It's extra money for them. Yeah, they use it to pad their coffers. But yeah, so like they tend to target people like people of color who tend to be less like trusting of banks due to like bank disenfranchisement, due to things like that, because they feel like it's more likely that they'll have cash on them. Like I don't carry cash, so fuck them. But oh, but you know what? Speaking of search and seizure, and this is not in America, but I did want to watch this clip with you because it's not just in the United States. This has become an issue too in the UK, where stop and search has become, I guess, the topic of the week for like controversial police procedure in London. So let's actually turn over to this Channel 4 clip about like I'm going to keep wanting to say stop and frisk because, you know, I'm from New York City, but yeah, it's about like a very similar situation in police are like a very similar situation going on in London with police using stop and search tactics.
These officers are responding to a call about a woman brandishing an axe. When they arrive, they find a suspect who matches her description, and the police exercise stop and search powers.
You're detained under Section 1 of the Police and Criminal Evidence Act.
The weapon is recovered nearby. This is one example of the Met Police announcement that in July, over 1 in 3 searches resulted in fines. But this was a search led by intelligence and not Ola. Britain's biggest police force has increased use of the controversial power by 20% in the last year, with political support from across the spectrum.
We will allow routine stop and search without suspicion.
Stop and search in areas where knife crime is prevalent will go on.
Well, this is a government that strongly supports the police in the use of stop and search.
This new tide is a shift after widespread concern over misuse and disproportionate use of stop and search against black minorities. Such as this case in 2020.
Wait, he didn't do it.
The athletes Bianca Williams and Ricardo dos Santos received an apology from the Met Commissioner after an aggressive search made after officers claimed they could smell marijuana.
What are you doing on this way?
I'm from London as well.
And this was 2026, just this month.
Just do your searches, man.
Reese, a youth mentor who now works in prisons, was pulled over, he says, for driving whilst black.
Definitely because I'm in a nice car and I'm a young black man. That's a fact. Look at the way you're looking at my car.
What were you doing on this way?
You have previously been convicted and in the criminal justice system.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that could have played an impact on the police deciding to stop you because you therefore are a person of interest?
No chance. Again, they was beside me, not behind me, so they wouldn't have known who I exactly was. They wouldn't have had my name to put into the system to see who I was. And then this man came over, I guess he's like the main officer of the batch, and he's like, "You're detained." Like, detained? For what? He said, "We feel like you're under the influence of drugs." I'm like, how did you work that out? I haven't done anything. I've just had a genuine conversation. I haven't shouted or acted out of character. So how did you work that out? He's holding my hands. He's like, "You're detained. I need to check your pupils." He spanned me around and he's like, yep, they're too slow. I'm like, at this point, I'm like, this got to be a joke. So anyway, fast forward, I've gone into the van and this one officer, he's going at me. He's telling me that I'm high. He's telling me that there's weed and tobacco in my car. I'm like, I don't have any of those things. I said, I'm an athlete, I play football.
No drugs were found, and after being detained, Reese was released with no further action. The police say they want to improve all stop and search encounters and have introduced a new charter with new tools using virtual technology and artificial intelligence to train and review encounters.
This is less about numbers. This is more about the how, the quality of each encounter.
But you can't say the numbers don't matter.
I never said that. I never said numbers don't matter.
Because it's the widespread.
I mean, I'm telling you right now, there's no way that they try that hard to actually stop people having drugs in London, because like it's really obvious where it's all. It's like super obvious. It's just an excuse. Prohibition of drugs, especially marijuana, does not really work anymore, especially in the UK, where like you can get it from basically anywhere. And so all it does is provide an excuse for stuff like this. All it does is provide an excuse for police officers to claim that they smell something, to do like unjustified search and seizures. I can't say illegal because I'm not too familiar about the specific civil rights that people in the UK have around stuff like this. Obviously not the same as Americans. Not that it matters in America because they still violate them, as we just saw in that last story. But, you know, in the case of countries where like marijuana is illegal, that is just like one of the single biggest justifications for unlawful search and seizure. Everyone just smells weed. Everyone just smells weed. It's like a lot of things smell like weed. A lot of things also don't smell like weed. And a lot of people just say that they smell weed when they don't, because they know there's no real way to prove that. That's like the cop body cam trick. If you say you smell alcohol or you say you smell weed, preferably weed, no one can tell based on what is being shown in the body cam. So it becomes just your word versus their. That's how cops have learned to lie about stuff like that. Like, yeah, there's nowhere to go where you can't smell drugs. You smell drugs everywhere.
don't matter.
I never said that. I never said numbers don't matter.
Because it's the widespread use and the fact that there are many young black men feel like they're being targeted.
I absolutely accept that young black men are impacted more than any other group in terms of substance. So I acknowledge that.
Okay.
But what I also need to do, and what we have been trying to do, is make sure that that encounter is explained to them as properly as we possibly can. Why is it that if you're a young black man and you're under 25, you're 9 times likely to be a homicide victim in this country? And we don't seem to be talking about that at all.
But the argument is young black men are stopped and searched more because they're more likely to be victims of knife crimes and more likely to be perpetrators of knife crime. But then the majority of stop and searches are for drugs, and there's no evidence that young black men are more likely to take drugs than any other group.
Even when an encounter takes place and there is no find, I want the quality of that encounter to be such that when that young person walks away, be it black or whatever colour they may well be, is that they feel that our officers have explained the reason why they have stopped.
Well, whether black or whatever color they may well be, statistically they're black, though, is the only real response to that. Like, well, statistically they're black. That's why we're having this conversation. We would still be having this conversation, or we could still be having this conversation if you were stopping people in some kind of proportionate manner to the population, but you're not. So, like, statistically, like, they're black. So, yeah.
Whatever colour they may well be, is that they feel that our officers have explained the reason why they have stopped them. That's the first thing. That they have been fair to them, they have respected them. That's really, really important. And they feel, most importantly, that police are there to protect them.
The police will say, a part of stopping you is to keep you safe.
I didn't feel safe. I didn't feel safe at no point. And a young person that's going through it at home and got a lot of trauma within them, bump into a police officer that treats them in a bad way and they explode, who knows where that's going to go.
This year, national numbers on stop and search are yet to be published by the Home Office. But the Met's increase reflects the new political tide. A decade ago, government concern over its impact on community cohesion led to restrictions. But now it's growing in Britain's biggest police force. Despite celebrating an increasing find rate, the question is, at what cost to its relationship with the communities it polices?
Well, I mean, if it's not illegal, I guess it doesn't matter, right? I mean, it should be illegal in my opinion, because the reality is that trying to reference safety is just a canard, right? Of course, society would be safer if we stopped and searched everybody, right? It might be impractical, but we could do it. Of course, society would be safer if we strapped a bomb collar around everyone's neck that the moment they did anything wrong, it like blew up. Of course, we'd be safer, but like there is a balance between safety and freedom that people have to like, you know, take into account, right? And so a lot of what would keep us safe would just mean that we were essentially living in like little boxes that we would never be able to escape from. Conservatives are very keen on telling you this about like the COVID vaccine. And so it can't just only be about safety, because the safest thing would be for the government to like constantly 24/7 be watching us. And no one is really in favor of that for themselves. For other people, usually, but for themselves, no. And so, like, yeah, it's, you know, it's just a situation where, like, even if you think it keeps people safer, certainly, like, that is a thing that has to be counterbalanced with, like, civil rights. The Daily Mail is ruining the country. Oh, sorry, it's running the country. You know, Sky News Australia changed their name to something, like, really innocuous because they don't want people to know it's Sky News Australia. Now it's, like, News 24 or something, like News 24 Aussie. I don't remember specifically, but I was looking up today. I was like, hey, where's Sky News Australia? Flock has entered the chat. People don't like that. But I mean, that's an American thing. Like, they love their CCTV cameras in fucking the UK. News 24 on the Barbie. Social cohesion is what keeps people safe. Well, yeah, but when you had one of your favorite prime ministers say something like society doesn't exist, you know, society is just individuals, then you are like disallowing for social cohesion to be a value in your society that people like people prioritize, and that's just the reality of that's the reality of any neoliberal society. I'm gonna say both the UK and the US, but this is like any neoliberal society without like strong social cohesion in some other form, like it's like if they're like a Catholic nation or something like that, where people feel like some kind of other shared identity that overrides that. Like if you're just being subjected to like secular constant 24/7 neoliberal propaganda, you will oftentimes just find yourself like in an isolated state where, you know, ultimately your antisocial disposition is being cultivated because it makes it easier for you to, you know, hand wave the lack of regulations, hand wave the abuse of other people. And so like the neoliberalization of our society has also given rise to an incredibly like, you know, prominent antisocial disorder that, you know, sometimes people can only recognize when it's in its most extreme examples. And that's why everyone is calling everyone like a sociopath or a narcissist now, where it's like, no, there's like a baseline of sociopathy and narcissism that is cultivated within our society because it makes it easier for people to scam and harder to get people to organize across different kinds of like subpopulations or even just within a subpopulation now. Oh. I wasted this like heating. Solidarity, thank you for pointing out that we are almost to 200 likes. Why don't you think about giving the stream a like and giving the channel a subscribe? We're actually at what? I think 26,100 subscribers now. And, you know, every day we learn new things. Like, for example, I feel like, you know, I thought the structure of the show worked best when it was kind of a casual news story, single story, single story, single story, big story, big story, big story, fun stuff. But I think over the past few days, I've really started to notice that you guys like maybe 2 hours in, after maybe the first big story, the first big topic that we do, insofar that we have that kind of like structure any day, right? I do think that we do tend to have like a normal structure and then we deviate from it like every so often. But you guys like to have a little bit of a breakup between the big stories. Sometimes that breakup is Tim Pool. You guys actually like when we do 2 hours in a Tim Pool clip. You subscribed. I appreciate that. I feel like I have a lot of really weird stories today, though. And then ones I didn't get to from yesterday. So we were just talking about the UK stop and search. What's a good thing to bridge into? Oh, shit. Okay, so we have another recall in America. And this is not a news show, but I do like to keep you abreast of things that are happening in the news, especially when we can use them as a way to like talk about other things like the tire erosion of our regulatory state and but public sector in general. And so the FDA has upgraded the frozen berry recall to the highest level. I wasn't aware that there was a frozen berry recall because we were focusing on all the other recalls.
FDA now warning that eating some frozen blueberries could potentially kill you. That's right.
Shit. Whoa. When did this happen? Since when? Bro, I just brought frozen berries for my smoothie. Whoa. I'm glad we're watching it then. It might kill you. Like, what is this salmonella? So this is not the salmonella, I guess, and it's not the cyclosporiasis.
FDA now warning that eating some frozen blueberries could potentially kill you. That's right, kill you, not make you sick, kill you. This as it ups the E. coli threat to its highest level. We're talking about these prepackaged blueberries and mixed berries from the brand Greenwise. Publix grocery stores pulled them off the shelves across the country a few weeks back over potential E. coli.
Okay, I'm going to just pause right here so I can read the states. I know some of you are listening and not watching. So I'm going to read the states. Obviously, you know if you shop at Publix and you just heard the brand. I'll go back and read the brand for you again. I think it was Wise Green. Those are Green Wise whole mixed berries. The bag is like a tan, almost like a beige bag. And it's concerned with states Kentucky, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida. I think those are primarily the states where Publix is like a chain. I've never been to Publix. I have been to some of these states, but just so you know, it's your PSA for the day. Cat CT, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Maybe also just try not to eat frozen berries. If they're saying it might kill you, maybe just get some fresh berries. if that will help, I don't know. Just maybe I prefer frozen berries in my smoothie, obviously too, because it adds like an extra level of like chill to the smoothie. But you can also just use ice, or I don't know. Sometimes you can get those, like, you can freeze your milk into ice cubes. Maybe not worth it.
Grocery stores pulled them off the shelves across the country a few weeks back over potential E. coli contamination. This is where the outbreak stands. A dozen cases in Florida. In Georgia, they have 4 of those ending up in the hospital. The CDC says the true count is probably much higher. Dr. Akashe Sal is here to talk.
Why is that data only from July 6th? This is not an old story. This is right from today, right? 13 hours ago. That data is very much out of date. Okay, so we have no idea how many people have been sickened or killed by this.
Talk about this one. So, Doc, I mean, how does raising the threat here change how people should be buying their groceries?
Well, so this has to do with the sort of level of risk that the FDA has assessed, right? And it's assessed through something called a class recall. So, when the FDA recalls products, they put them into different classes: class 1, class 2, or class 3. I mean, as you alluded to, this is a class 1 recall. This is the FDA saying that these sort of product that they're recalling could cause serious adverse health consequences or death. You may recall, Ryan, a few weeks ago, earlier this summer, we heard about an egg recall linked to salmonella. That was also a class 1 recall. So this isn't the first time we're seeing that, level of seriousness in terms of a food recall. Class 2, Ryan, could be products that could potentially make you sick or potentially make you temporarily sick. And class 3 is something that they're recalling that is unlikely to make you sick. So out of the 3 classes, this is the highest category, the most serious, and why people need to take this recall so seriously.
Well, we're taking it seriously in my house. I mean, we have 4 kids. We eat a lot of frozen blueberries. It's a, kind of a staple of our diet. Should we just be steering clear of all berries altogether, or just specifically this?
Sounds like you shouldn't be eating anything in America. This is the 3rd recall of produce in the past 4 months. Is that normal? It doesn't seem like, well, I mean, it might be normal now, right? Because it's been a slow erosion of the public sector and like privatizing of a lot of these things, and outsourcing them and like letting companies like regulate themselves and stuff like that. So it's the new normal, and we didn't get here overnight.
We just be steering clear of all berries altogether, or just specifically this brand? I mean, what are the best practices here?
Yeah, like your house, my house is also a fan of the frozen fruit, and we're not going to be stopping to buy frozen blueberries altogether. But, this is another reason why people really need to pay attention to food recalls, whether it's, checking the FDA website or watching this show or other news programs.
No one's
going to
do that.
It's really important to stay
no one's going to check the FDA
about these, because
website.
You don't want to stop eating all frozen fruit altogether
the
or fruit altogether. They're healthy, nutritious foods, but definitely stay away from this brand, the Greenwise recalled frozen blueberries, and watch for any signs or symptoms of E. coli if you have been exposed to them recently.
But you can understand why people are freaked out, right? I mean, we're at this point now where we've been told to avoid certain types of lettuce, jalapenos. Now it's frozen berries. The problem is that someone has to get sick first before we figure out there's a problem here. Is there anything we can do ahead of time?
That's the American way. Well, someone has to get sick first, and then we can do something about the problem. I know that's not what he means, but yeah, I guess that is just the only way things can work. Someone has to get sick first. They have to. The profit motive demands it. Although, you can't pretend as though even if you got your way politically, that things wouldn't slip through the cracks. I just think in this particular case, it's funny to say, like, I guess people do have to, right? People have to get sick.
Is rinsing your produce in the sink enough? Is there further steps that people
anything
can do
enough?
to avoid the plethora of the outbreaks that seem to be out there?
It is enough, and it is what the FDA and the CDC recommend, is rinsing that fruit under warm or under cold running water. If you have fruits like apples or cucumbers, like vegetables like cucumbers, you can get a little bit more abrasive and scrub them a little bit harder, Ryan. But for most people out there, whether it's
why would I buy frozen blueberries to run them underwater, like to unfreeze them? Like, have they never had frozen blueberries before? Like, that doesn't even make any sense. What if I just want to eat something? What if I just want the government to help me? Like, the point of the government and the public sector, honestly, people don't want to admit it, but it is true. It's the point of infrastructure. It means you're supposed to just be able to turn your brain off about stuff like this. I mean, maybe you should always be washing your fruit. I get, well, you didn't have to before. You didn't have to wash your lettuce without getting cyclosporiasis before. But I just mean, like, that is a point of the government, right? And it's not something to shy away from. It's like a point of a robust public sector, a robust and diverse society where you don't have to have your brain on every single thing that's going on. You don't have to worry about how you're going to drive to work, whether or not there's going to be a road, whether if you drink your water, it's going to be poison, whether if you eat this frozen berry, it's going to be poison, whether this jalapeno is actually poison. Because at that point, you're basically just living in the state of nature again. You don't have a public sector, which is the goal, obviously. But I just mean to point this out where it's like we have to be hyper vigilant about so many more things now because people have accepted that is just the way things have to be because we're all just like so good at being like hyper competent, hyper rational individual consumers. When I am just of the mind that the government should have so much more say about the quality of these things, that this should basically be like a, never have to worry about stuff like this except for in the most extreme examples. And clearly we're not at that place because this is like the third outbreak of foodborne pathogen caused by deregulation of one form or another in as many months, even if it has been even 3 months. And we don't need to shy away from the fact that like what leftism is offering to people in some capacity is that you can turn your brain off about more things, right? Like people don't like that because so many more people associated with the like, oh, I'm going to go to brunch. I'm going to go to brunch. I'm going to go to brunch after Hillary Clinton's elected. But in reality, a functional state where like people respect other people's expertise and we have like an appreciation for like social cohesion and stuff like that is one where you don't have to focus on like everything like this, right? And America has become like a kind of like, reactive society where you have to be hyper vigilant because people are constantly trying to scam you and people have conditioned you to think that that's like the price of freedom, and they have abdicated all responsibility, but they tell you that's the price of freedom.
A little bit more abrasive and scrub them a little bit harder, Ryan. But, for most people out there, whether it's Cyclospora, Salmonella, or E. coli, just a real big reminder to practice those, food safety tips, whether it's
any of those
cooking
things,
your meat all the way, washing the countertops after you handle raw meat, washing those fruits and vegetables. The really best form of medicine is preventive medicine. You don't want to wait until you get sick, and then it could potentially be too late, Ryan.
All right, so I'm going to keep eating the berries, at least for now. Dr. Sayal, thank you so much for being here.
Keep eating the berries for now. MGJ Trillium Falcon, thank you for the $5 super chat. Remember when we watched that video of that FDA lady saying that they have no funding for prevention, only mitigation in relation to the diarrhea virus? She was the one who said that frozen berry would be safer, but then she said we have to cook everything. I mean, yeah, we're just back to the I guess caveman days where everything has to be like burned with fire because there's no quality control. That's all been outsourced. It's all been deregulated. Farms are only inspected every 8 years, 7 years, only after they have the first outbreak. Then they're inspected again. And people were taught that that was the way things could be because the market would control the quality, right? That it's in the best interest of companies to not poison you. When in reality, no, it's not. It's in the best interest of companies to drive all of their competitors out of business and then bribe the government so that if they do poison you, whatever consequences they face for it are quite minor and you don't have any other options after but to continue to shop from them because like what are you going to do? Like just not eat frozen berries? But yeah, I mean, we're just in a place where people don't understand that the value of the public sector is that it allows for essentially our society to function because they've been taught to not identify that as the reason our society functions. They think of it as like a combination of like the goodwill of CEOs and our like political class, which are like capricious gods. They don't understand that like our society only functions because of the public sector bureaucrats they've been taught to hate because they think of them as like wasting their taxpayer dollars, right? And that's what is also such a hard sell when you're coming from the left, that people just hate the public sector. They think it's wasteful. They think it's all red tape because they don't fully appreciate that their lives are only possible due to like the complex web of like red tape and bureaucracy that hold it up, because they only recognize infrastructure. They only talk about the FDA and they only recognize the value of it when it breaks down like here. And then you could go one of two ways with it. You could say to yourself like, well, we got to give the FDA more money so that they can do stuff like this and do more regulations. Or if your brain has been poisoned by neoliberals, you can say to yourself, see, the FDA doesn't work. You can look at it in like a vacuum and not understand that it's been defunded and it's been like, in some ways allowing companies to do their own regulation. And so it just is not like up to snuff to do the job that it needs to do. And so the only way to fix it is to give it more money. You just go like, well, this just proves my preconceived notions that the public sector doesn't work. And so, I'm just saying that the ultimate value of like the left is intrinsically linked to the true nature of freedom. And that is that like the freedom from having to worry about like every single stupid thing that could possibly happen to you and not knowing how you're going to resolve that problem, right? You don't have to worry. Real freedom is your house burns down. You don't have to worry about how it's going to be rebuilt, how the fire is going to be put out, how you're going to be able to replace your stuff, because there's like a complex web of agencies and services that you can call upon in case of this emergency, right? Ultimately, that is just what we want for more parts of people's lives, right? Theoretically, a society that is developing towards a more free society should be being able to guarantee more outcomes for people, more like day-to-day things that they need should be off of their like mental load so that they can do whatever else they want, right? Like, there's no value to toiling. That's just that's a conservative secularized Christian dogma talking point. There's no value to toiling, but pretending like there is a good way to get people to absolve the state of responsibility of like solving any problems. Devolving towards decay is still developing. That's true. Fungus develops. We did have regulation, and people with functioning brains recognize the value of regulations. Like regulations are a type of infrastructure. Like infrastructure can be both material, but also ideological, also like policy. Infrastructure just, provides guaranteed outcomes for the future in, a lot of different ways. A bridge is valuable because it guarantees you a way to get over a river or some other gap that you would not be able to, actually transit. Obviously it provides other values too, but that's like the primary value of a bridge, that you no longer have to worry about how you're going to get to the other side of this particular gap, each time, because like there'll be a bridge. And the same is true for like the fire department, the same is true for Social Security, the same is true for a lot of like just infrastructure, services, agencies within our society. And that used to be at its core the central argument for what made leftism as a broad, vague category of like ideologies better than conservatives, better than other ideologies. This expansion of a certain type of like infrastructure based freedom that, we provide like more guaranteed outcomes for your future, your everyday future, your everyday activities, but also like your emergency futures, like Social Security. Well, I guess getting old is not an emergency, but you know what I mean? Like, your distant future, but like a fire department, for a catastrophe like FEMA. And it's just been 40, 50 years of various types of neoliberal propaganda to get people to think that freedom is something else. Freedom is the ability to buy any type of cereal you want. Freedom is the ability to define yourself by your favorite type of movie. Freedom is like, basically based in a lot of like consumer bullshit, and or the ability to, I guess, say slurs online so that you don't realize that you can't feed your family. But that's just like, it's a poor substitute for like the freedom from having, to basically replan your life every day or like have constant amounts of worry because you don't know what your future contains. There's no reason for that to be. Like, that's really, I'm now just getting into my PhD research or, my PhD research, because like that is, in my opinion, because we talk about like early ideas about the state of nature, which are flawed because they're not really based in anthropological research, like early like Enlightenment theories about the state of nature and all out warfare, and how that is distinct from like civilization. But that's just ultimately not a real thing that happened. Like, humans didn't exist in states of all out warfare. Like, that's just often what that really is people who were raised in Europe coming to like an understanding of the state of nature based on a lot of the worst characteristics of Europe during the 300 years preceding that particular moment, which is defined by like all-out warfare by various principalities, various countries, and stuff like that. But that is like a invention of mostly modern European states in terms of like that type of warfare. Even warfare in pre-modern society doesn't look like it did in like Europe at the time preceding like the Enlightenment. The real difference, in my opinion, between the state of nature and society at any level is that society, especially if you want to look at it in terms of like a hierarchy of types of development, from like the most underdeveloped society to the most developed society, is distinguished from the state of nature by its ability to provide like guaranteed outcomes to members of that society or people within that society or whatever. Because absent society, the future just does not have a lot of like coherent qualities, because you're only able to do whatever you can do yourself. And yeah, maybe you can set up some type of like farm yourself. You can set up some kind of like infrastructure yourself. Very, very unlikely in any like real scale because you're one person, but you're very limited in your ability to actively like enforce a type of concreteness onto the future, because like, well, at the end of the day, someone might just come up and take all of your bananas. But with the society, you find yourself able to guarantee your future has a lot more qualities than you would otherwise be able to guarantee your future has, by nature of like collaborating with other people, having social norms at one point and then laws at another point. You're able to like over time, and as you develop, guarantee the future has many, many more qualities across many different sectors and sections and like times of your life than you would otherwise be able to. Now, no one believes that but me, but but that is what my PhD was about. But let's banana. TOS snitch Braden, the GOP CEOs, corp media sold / propaganda us this over the decades as corporate self-policing. The corps are good, moral, efficient, and don't need government agencies, red tape policing them. Yet that prevents innovation, and it also costs you money. When corporations police themselves, it doesn't cost you money. They just like hire a Q&A team. That's why video games always come out perfect, right? Because that's what you should always think of, right? The video game industry is a lot of ways a microcosm of some of the worst practices that already either exist within our society or that they want to bring to our society. You're seeing that with like, a lot of things, but I'm thinking mostly of like microtransactions in like live services for things that don't really need live services, like your fucking printer. But if you ever wonder about stuff like that, think about all the games that come out just completely almost unplayable, and realize that that's basically like 90% of products now. And, they wanted to make it all products, essentially. All right. I've been ranting at you for too long over these fucking blueberries. I do have frozen fruit in my fridge. Oh, sure. Yeah, let's do some, I guess, ice stuff. Because we're already getting to almost like 10 o'clock Eastern, and I want to make sure we have time to get to the fun things I have planned because they make for good clips. But I wanted to start with this clip, and then we'll get into this New York Times article that you've probably already seen, but I just saw it today, about this guy who voted for Trump. He voted for Trump 3 times, and then his wife got taken by ICE, and now he gets it. So, but before we get to that, we're going to get to another one. This one is called Self-Described U.S. Spy Who Infiltrated Al-Qaeda at Risk of ICE Deportation. This is why you should never help America. And this is the lesson people don't like want to acknowledge that people learn, along with America not being like, along with America not being trustworthy, that people are just taught that you just can't, this is why you don't help us. It's from CBS News.
This may look like a typical video from an Islamic extremist group.
I'm going to get that off my
screen. The man
screen.
you see here says he was working for the CIA, trained at this secret safe house in 2007 to go undercover in Al-Qaeda.
I am in a CIA payroll and I'm getting trained, working for them.
New York taxi driver Blerim Scorrow says he spent about 3 years infiltrating the terrorist organization, helping intercept weapons shipments and coordinating the arrests of extremists plotting to kill US troops. Scorrow thought this alleged work for the US government had won him the right to live with his American wife and children at their home in Staten Island. But earlier this month, he was arrested by ICE agents at an immigration office in New Jersey and is now on track for deportation to his birthplace, Kosovo. Scorrow first came to America in 1994, claiming asylum after deserting the Yugoslavian army, where he says he saw war crimes being committed. Struggling to make ends meet for his family, he made a huge mistake, trafficking drugs for a Serbian criminal gang. He was caught and sentenced to federal prison. And it was there that he became an informant for the FBI on Islamic extremists incarcerated there. He claims the CIA then recruited him as a spy, deporting him as a cover to infiltrate Al-Qaeda in 2000.
See, this is like the truth about snitching. Police will not protect you, at least in this type of snitching. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't ever like call law enforcement on somebody, like if you see them like attacking or kidnapping a child, especially if you don't mind that person getting killed. Then it's like, yeah, why wouldn't you call, why wouldn't you call the cops? Just don't be there when they show up, right? It's like calling it an airstrike. If you don't mind, then it's like whatever. But yeah, this is true about a lot of snitches, right? Like the police will not protect snitches. This is like a known issue with like snitching. They will not help you.
There. He claims the CIA then recruited him as a spy, deporting him as a cover to infiltrate Al-Qaeda in 2007. He even filmed himself with jihadis in Syria, all the while reporting back to his CIA handler, he claims, helping secure the arrests of high-value terrorists. Eventually, his cover was blown and he fled back to...
I will say, like, he keeps saying allegedly, but what do you mean? Like, it seems like this has to have been the case, right? Like, unless this is somehow, like, literally just all fiction, it has to have been the case. I'm going to take this off the screen because, like, this seems like the best way to get my, like, channel nuked.
Of high-value terrorists. Eventually, his cover was blown and he fled back to the US in 2014 after an assassination attempt. In 2022, a judge gave him legal protection from deportation to his home country of Kosovo because he feared being tortured or killed there in retaliation for his undercover work. But earlier this month, he was arrested by ICE agents at a New Jersey immigration office and detained ready for deportation. His lawyers told us they are fighting his case, while ICE and the CIA did not respond to our request for comment.
No way. No way. The CIA won't help you? I can't believe it.
While President Trump says the U.S.
Well, I mean, if you're President Trump, the CIA will help you. It's not snitching if you're not a member of the organization. I guess. Well, you don't want to be an asset. I think a snitch is a type of asset. Sure sounded real to me. All right. All right. Yeah, imagine if it was like all a LARP. But I feel like if it was all a LARP and he fled back after being a member of Al Qaeda, they probably wouldn't have let him into the country. You know what I mean? Like, imagine if he was just LARPing. Because if he were just LARPing and the CIA was not involved, he would have just admitted he was a member of Al Qaeda, and then they would absolutely have the right to send him out of the country. So it feels like the whole story has to be true for him to even be here arguing it in some fashion, right? Maybe it wasn't the CIA, maybe it was some rogue group that's like kind of associated with the CIA, I don't know. But if he's back in the country making these points, like if he wasn't doing it for the CIA, they could just ICE could just be like, well, this guy's saying he was Al Qaeda, so let's just put him in jail then. And he's not in jail, so just LARPing like Shirley and protecting Veritas guys. Like, yeah, maybe he's not even from Kosovo. This guy's not even from Kosovo. You guys like predicted that going down. It's fine though. I wanted to hit my vape anyway. it was the CIB, the lesser known branch of the CIA. Well, I wanted to say it was SD6, which is that secret organization that Jennifer Gardner's character works for in Alias. But SD6 is famously not in any way part of the CIA, which is a whole thing in the show, obviously. Oh, Brandon. What did I do? You were stuttering just before the mini F? Well, I mean, that could just be the way I talk. This is great. I'm getting like a vape break. It's like when Slack goes down. It's like when Slack goes down at your office. I'm definitely gonna wait for it to stabilize because I have to read this fucking article, and so that's already gonna be a struggle. There's a ketamine vape. Yeah, I got it from Elon. I'm not gonna join MI6. I am thinking of getting that new James Bond game. You know how I feel about Joe Rogan. Yeah, no, I'm fine. It's just raining here, if you can believe it. So it's probably like fucking with my internet. All right. Assholes and elbows, everybody. Let's get it. So I don't know if you saw this article in the New York Times. It came out like 4 days ago. It definitely did not cross my timeline until today, though. Hopefully the paywall will be down for me. Yeah. Gonna give it a chance to decide whether or not it wants to like gatekeep news from me. This is long. Oof. But definitely put my glasses on. I'll try not to interrupt the article with these glasses are dirty as hell. I'll try not to interrupt the article with my thoughts at every line, but it's going to be hard, I imagine, not to groan at least once or twice because as you can tell from the title of this article, this is one of those articles where someone tells us that it took something bad happening to them or someone that they strongly identify with for them to feel like any kind of real sympathy for bad things happening to other people. And you know how I feel about stuff like that. I think it's very sympathetic and understandable for people to feel that way. And I will also even concede that it's largely the result of a concerted propaganda effort by our political elites to get us to like not identify with that many people, you know, to hate each other, to hate like brown people, to hate gay people, so that we literally cannot identify with other people suffering, so that we don't realize it can happen to us until it's already happening to us. And then there's, you know, no one to fight for us. There's a whole poem about this that you may have heard in middle school. And so I do have a lot of understanding for how we got to this point. And I do have sympathy as well. I think that the only thing that I continue to emphasize, because it's important to emphasize, is that because people don't have that kind of capacity for what I call critical empathy anymore, the ability to, even if you can't put yourself in someone's shoes emotionally, to see yourself and the stakes in society for yourself reflected in their treatment. Because people don't have that capacity anymore, along with a lot of other things that have been eroded in them, bad things kind of have to happen to them in order for them to learn lessons. And even then, a lot of times they still won't even learn those lessons because they are, they have staked their ego on their beliefs so much that they simply can't give it up, right? They can't give up those beliefs without taking a real big blow to their self-esteem. And so, we do find ourselves in a society now where the only way for a lot of Americans to learn is for bad things to happen to them personally. And of course, they will, tell you that when it's not bad things. They'll tell you and they'll champion anti-science thinking. They'll tell you how you don't know what you're talking about. They'll tell you that they can't even understand something if they don't appreciate it themselves. But then, when bad things happen to them that cause their frame of mind to shift, they also want to be preserved from having to have those lessons. They want to be preserved from learning those lessons the hard way, even though they have made it clear that they can only learn those lessons the hard way. And that is just the imperial entitlement. It definitely trickles down to how people want to be treated on an interpersonal level, but it definitely does start at the tippy top, our relationship with other countries, where we just want to be, immunized from the consequences of our bad actions, moral consequences, practical consequences, even if those are the necessary things that we need, essentially, in order to change our ways. And so I give that little spiel to maybe immunize myself from accusations of not being performatively sympathetic enough for whatever I'm going to read in this particular article to you. Gosh, you think it's going to be bad? I think it's going to be bad. Well, it's in the New York Times, so it's definitely going to be bad. Years of Trump support came undone in 15 minutes in an airport. The case represents a new front in President Trump's mass deportation drive. Arrest at airports of people who have active immigration cases and no criminal history. I don't know if this is actually a new front, because we've been talking about this particular phenomenon for months now, because the Trump administration, despite saying that they want to go after dangerous criminals and every so often putting out, I guess, a kind of Der Stürmer-esque pamphlet with all of the dangerous criminals that they've deported, they are lazy people who are ultimately trying to fill a quota that can't be filled by going after and deporting criminals, because there just aren't that many criminal migrants, violent criminal migrants. Because some people will say, well, being in the country illegally, although we're going to complicate that narrative too, but some people will say being in the country illegally is a crime and therefore they need to be deported too. But that wasn't really what Trump said when he was trying to appeal to people's ideas about what this ICE machine was going to be for. It was for violent criminals, right? Obviously, we can see, between the lines there, right? But a lot of people imagine this was going to be for violent, undocumented criminals and not their favorite housekeeper, their favorite gardener, their friend, or whatever, right? And we know that it wasn't going to be just for violent, undocumented immigrants. It wasn't going to be for just undocumented immigrants. They were going to take people's documentation away, whether they were natural born American citizens or not, and they were going to try to expand this to be able to use it as a vector to erode the civil rights of every type of person in society, right? Whether you're a citizen or you're not a citizen, green card, H-1B visa, this is just about allowing the government to take your rights away and tell you that you don't have them because it's too inconvenient for them. But they've been doing this for a while. And this grift or this quota filling strategy is just when ICE goes to the airport and waits at the gate for anybody who is here on a green card and maybe going to Puerto Rico for a little vacation, or other parts of America where you don't necessarily even need to have a passport. Although I think that's changed now with Real ID. It doesn't really matter though. Other parts of America where you don't really need to have a passport and there's no real immigration check to fly to and from, right? So they just stake out the airport for low-hanging fruit. This is a very me and my husband saw your vibe and really liked it from across the bar photo. I probably wouldn't use this as my they took my wife. Although they did take his wife, but I wouldn't use it if they took my wife photo. From Miriam Jordan. Brent Gendra, tech salesman, voted for President Trump 3 times, drawn by his aggressive immigration agenda. He never imagined the crackdown would ensnare his own wife. I said I wasn't going to just groan after every paragraph, but they really started it off, in a certain way. Hopefully we don't have to pause every time, though. Last month, moments after the couple got off their flight in Burbank, California, a young man in a brown hooded sweatshirt stopped Galina Bobrineva. Congratulations, you've been chosen for secondary screening, he told her. Congratulations, he told her, according to the couple's recollection. The man was a federal agent, and after questioning Miss Bobrineva, I'm sorry, I'm just going to call her Miss B because I'm not going to be able to get Bobrineva. Well, actually, it's pretty good. I'm gonna go for it. And after questioning Miss Bobrineva for about 15 minutes, he led her away in handcuffs to an unmarked vehicle. I'm only doing my job, he said. Everything will be okay. So began a 16-day ordeal, a night on the floor of a basement holding cell in downtown Los Angeles, 2 weeks in a Mojave Desert detention center, and a frantic legal effort to win her release. Freed on a $35,000 bond with an electronic monitor clamped to her ankle, she is now fighting to stay in the United States against federal charges of overstaying her visa. Miss Bobrineva, who is from Russia, has a pending green card application, and her lawyer asserts that she was never out of lawful status. Her case represents a new front in President Trump's mass deportation drive. Arrests at airports of people whose visas have expired, but who have active immigration cases and no criminal history. Although green card applicants with expired visas can be detained under federal law, previous administrations did not consider them to be in the country unlawfully. But as the Trump administration seeks to nearly double its daily arrests to 2,000 people, it is detaining and attempting to deport thousands of people who believe they were following the rules. But see, that's just what happens when people are told propaganda about like reality that is completely unreflective of the actual facts. Like, there are people in this country who just imagined that there were 30, maybe upwards of 100 million criminal migrants in this country that Joe Biden let in. They hear that on their news and they trust it. Like, how many people think in this country do you imagine that Joe Biden let in 100 million or more criminal migrants from Latin America and sometimes like Al Qaeda? Probably at least 10%. And they all watch Fox News. And so some of these people have migrant family members. They have migrants they like. They just imagine there's just this world out there, the secret world of criminal migrants that are just like operating somewhere out of sight. And every time they see a brown kid who's like a little too scary for them, it's easy for that to take on an increased salience, even though it's just not reflective of the real world. Like, how many migrants they can even days they can even do this 2,000 people arrest without actually scooping up people who are not even migrants, just like, let's say Native Americans or something, is doubtful, because ultimately there just aren't that many criminal migrants in this country. There just really aren't. And so like this is a mistake that was facilitated by just a full lack of understanding about like the actual scale of what people imagine the problem with America is, which is the influx of migrants, as opposed to like the unfettered neoliberal and neoconservative agenda that leads to a lot of things going on at the same time, whether it's an influx of migrants from the global south because their countries have been destabilized or pillaged by our country, or the degradation materially and socially of basically all areas of our country, but certainly areas that find themselves outside of like the cosmopolitan center. And even within that cosmopolitan center, like a handful of neighborhoods. It's just, we've been pillaging so much of the world, even so much of America, that it becomes easy for people to like imagine that there is this migrant problem that is contributing to like their communities being destroyed, but it just doesn't exist. It just really doesn't exist. This was something that could have been, I think, easily understood would be the inevitable consequence if people just understood like the true face of immigration in this country. how many migrants are still coming in these days. Trump says 0 migrants are coming across the border, which doesn't make sense. I would believe that net migration is definitely negative, though, because of not only Trump's immigration push, but just how inhospitable America has become. Like, there aren't that many jobs anymore. There's a lot of like violence in the streets. Like, other countries are offering better deals. The net migration is probably negative at this point. Congratulations. The economy is also like in the toilet. That's what happens, right? Like, look at Brexit. The allure of the MAGA campaign was around illegal entries of criminals, said Mr. Gendra, 48. There was never a mandate for this president to turn the barrel of the gun and start going after people who legally entered. In response to questions about Ms. Brobraneva's case, the Department of Homeland Security said in a statement that she was an illegal alien targeted for arrest because she overstayed her welcome in violation of our nation's laws. To be clear, work authorization or a pending application do not confer legal status in the United States, the agency said in a statement. So a pending application does not allow you to be legal in America. So if you're waiting for a pending ruling that hasn't been ruled on, you can still be deported, I guess, to wait for your status outside the country, which is a change, right? I mean, you might find that to be reasonable. Like, you can't come over into your status, or you can't come back into your status is resolved, but it is a change. People used to be able to wait in the country for like their status to be approved or denied. Mr. Trump's immigration agenda, which helped propel him to the White House for a second term, is becoming a vulnerability for the Republican Party ahead of the midterms, as even some members of his base have begun condemning ICE's hardline tactics. Mr. Gendra considered himself a MAGA patriot until his wife's detention. Oh my gosh. Yeah, but this is what I mean. Like, you can only be, I guess, so sympathetic before you have to accept that, like, but this is the only way a large portion of Americans will learn that things are bad. Like, we just have a society of people who are essentially still in their infancy about so many things. And the only way they will learn is to burn their hand on the stove. And for some people in our society, because they want to continue to cultivate a culture of unaccountability, they want to run interference so that those people just don't have to come into contact with the bad things. Maybe because sometimes those people are also in their family, or because they think it would like normalize bad things happening to Americans broadly. Like, oh, you're saying that Americans deserve 9/11 becomes the talking point. But no, it's just a question about, like, can Americans recognize like the negative things that they have, the negative things that they want have negative consequences before they inevitably like come back and blow up in their faces. And it seems as though like they can't. And understandably, that's by design from people who want Americans to agree to stuff like this. But it does also just mean, though, that for those things to change, a lot of Americans have to have that blow up in their face, because there's just no other way for them to understand or learn anymore. It's a really sad set of affairs where people can not see, again, due to the erosion of critical empathy, how this would be possible, how they can be so biased in favor of like this narrative that like there must just be this invasion of criminal migrants, that they can believe hype that is just so obviously fraudulent. Mr. Gendra considered himself a MAGA patriot until his wife's detention. She did not jump a wall. She did not swim a river. He said she came in Trump's beautiful big front door. Ew. Jesus. I think he just means that she's not brown. She's white. But this happens all the time too, right? This is why it's also sometimes not sympathetic. A lot of people just think of brown immigrants. When they think of illegal immigrants, they think of brown people. They don't realize that a lot of like undocumented people in the country come from Europe, they come from Canada, and they're white. They are what most people would consider white. Obviously, there's a type of white supremacist who doesn't consider like ethnic whites or like Russians white or something like that. But, unless you're talking about like minority Russian people, because Russia has a lot of ethnic minorities. Generally speaking, when people think of them, they're thinking of like white people. And when they think of undocumented immigrants, they're thinking of brown people. And so he's just saying that my wife is not a brown person, so I didn't realize she was going to be targeted. But he's saying it in like the grossest way possible. Miss Brobraneva arrived on a tourist visa in late 2021, extended it twice following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and applied for asylum in 2022. She met Mr. Gendra in March 2025, and by December, they were married. It was your storybook romance, he said. Give me 1 second. I do think it's very interesting that they won't tell you how old this woman is. Do you notice that? How so far they've only given you his age? I just wanted to skim back up to like verify that because it felt to me like this had a little bit of a tone to it. And I was like, I have to be not remembering correctly. But it does seem as though they are very much like not putting her age, even though the article's about her. But I know how old this guy is, 48. But maybe they'll add it towards the end. Maybe it's somewhere, was it at the top here? No, it's not there either. Okay. Well. I wonder why that is. 16. No, stop it. It's fine. You should never ask a lady's age. She probably doesn't want you to know. It's probably not some like huge age gap thing. She doesn't seem that much younger than him, actually. Mr. Gendra petitioned in April to sponsor his wife for a marriage-based green card. They received official confirmation the application had been accepted. She was fingerprinted. The newlyweds bought a dream house in Cleveland, Ohio, where Mr. Gendra was raised and intended to relocate there soon. They planned a trip to, oh, there you go, 40, there you go. They planned a trip to Sonoma County's wine country to celebrate Miss Boberneva's 40th birthday on July 16th. Mr. Gendra booked a suite at the Boutique Hotel, prepaid for visits to 3 vineyards and hired a driver. They never made it. On July 13th, the couple boarded a flight from San Francisco to Burbank, where Mr. Gendra planned to meet clients and Miss Borboneva to see friends. Approached by plainclothes agents at the airport, the couple first thought it was a ruse. When the ICE badge was flipped, you could tell that was legit, recalled Mr. Gendra, referring to Immigration and Customs Enforcement. He immediately called their immigration lawyer, but the agents refused to speak with him. They ushered Miss Borboneva into a room, leaving her husband on the concourse. Flanked by Burbank Airport police, he said. Inside, the agents told Miss Borboneva that she had overstayed her visa. I was absolutely sure this was a mistake, she said. She explained that she was in the process of securing a green card and presented documents. When an agent pulled out handcuffs, Miss Borboneva was stunned. She asked to give her engagement ring and other jewelry to her husband. They then led her away, saying that Mr. Gendra would know where to find her. A U.S. citizen just watched his wife get dragged away and had no idea where she's going, recalled Mr. Gendra. The white SUV sped off into the darkness. Miss Borboneva, alone with 2 men, said she feared for her safety until they arrived at an ICE facility. She was held in a frigid room with a handful of women. She recalled a gaunt diabetic immigrant in her 70s pleading for insulin to no avail. Jesus Christ. Miss Borboneva curled up on the ground under a foil blanket. About 18 hours later, she was shackled at the ankles, waist, and wrists and loaded into an unmarked van with several other immigrants. They bounced up and down in the sweltering vehicle as it raced toward the detention center in Adelanto. I felt like a piece of meat, not like a human, recalled Miss Borboneva. By the time she changed into blue prison garb and was assigned bunk L63, a lower bed in the women's section, it was 5 a.m. 30 minutes later, as she drifted off to sleep, orders blared over the loudspeaker for detainee count and breakfast lineup. Sleep deprivation was a constant, she said. Lights were always on. Handheld radios carried by the guards crackled day and night. On her birthday, Miss Borboneva recalled she shared chocolate she had ordered from the commissary with fellow Russian-speaking detainees from Russia, Ukraine, Belarus, and Armenia. Miss Borboneva described neglect, filth, and people in despair. For 120 women, there were 7 showers, only 4 worked. Potable water was scarce. Ailing people were denied care until they required hospitalization, she said, echoing allegations in the federal lawsuit. The GOE group, which operates the detention center, declined to comment on Miss Borboneva's allegations and referred questions to ICE. Oh, of course, there is a private prison company that's making millions, probably billions of dollars on this. Let's not be cheap. That's money that they need in order to deny people care. That's money they need to deny people care. In a statement, a Homeland Security spokesperson said, any claim that there are subprime conditions at Adelanto ICE processing facility are false. All detainees are provided with proper meals, water, medical treatment, and have opportunities to communicate with their family members and lawyers. ICE did not respond to questions. You become a number, she said. Nobody cares. There is zero empathy. Mr. Gendra visited when allowed 3 times a week and scrambled to secure her release. 2 weeks passed. Their lawyer, Patrick Valdez, requested a bond hearing scheduled for July 28th. Ms. Brobaneva was released July 29th on a $35,000 bond with an ankle monitor and an order to report to ICE in San Francisco August 5th. Over dinner at a seafood restaurant in Redwood City the night before her appointment, Miss Brobaneva barely touched her crab cakes. She had been struggling to sleep and was terrified of being detained again. I never thought that it was so easy to take freedom from anyone, she said. Mr. Gendra, too, was nervous. We are living in fear in my own country, he said. Early the next morning, they joined a line outside the immigration building that wrapped around the block. Miss Brobaneva entered with her lawyer more than 2 hours later. They emerged with instructions from ICE to report back on September 7th. The couple returned to Redwood City, where unopened birthday gifts and deflating balloons sat on their dining room table, alongside a vase of 24 wilted roses. I cannot celebrate anything, Miss Brobaneva said. Her first court appearance is October 22nd, but her case will take months to be resolved. Wearing the electronic monitor, Miss Brobaneva is confined to a tight perimeter. Last Sunday, the couple ventured to the beach. Miss Brobaneva was enjoying her freedom, Mr. Gendra said, all 75-mile radius of it. Well, that was something else. I'm glad at least he's taking responsibility for his decision. Wait, no, that's not what we read. That's what they voted for. But what you don't understand is that they're bigoted. And so when they hear illegal immigrant, they think of brown people from Mexico. They don't think of their like Russian wife who is not currently under like legal documentation in the country. And so that's why we have to be careful not to reward people for bigotry. There's a very thin line between having sympathy for people and being so desperate to latch on to like perceived good qualities in conservatives that you reward them for their bigotry. And a lot of times, especially in like media, because you're talking about people who are very much entrenched in like the media class, like Republicans and other media, and people in, sometimes reflective of people in their own family, there is a desire to read good qualities into what is essentially just like people being bigots, because a lot of people aren't hypocrites, right? A lot of people don't have like an ideological misunderstanding. They just think it's good when bad things happen to other people, and for one reason or another don't realize that those bad things are going to happen to them, or just essentially, or don't believe that they will happen to them at some point. And so a lot of times, like whether it's January 6ers going to prison or something like that, where people are being subject to the exact same systems that they support, which will ultimately only ensure that they have the best opportunity for them personally because of what they believe to understand that it's wrong. People will want to run interference for them, even though it's just a necessary, and it's not good. I always emphasize that in my opinion, it's not good because it's not efficient and it's not like the way things should be. We should be, as a civilized society, able to learn from other people's experiences that don't necessarily look like us and see our stakes reflected in them, but they've had that ability eroded in them. And so this is the only way for them to learn. And so a lot of people's impulse, because they over-identify with Americans, they over-identify with conservatives, is to run interference and try to twist their bigotry into some kind of like positive quality, like, oh, they get it. It's like, no, they don't really get it. They just never thought it would happen to them. And now that they realize that it can happen to them, they can go in a few directions. They can either double down because their ego can't take it because they've totally supplanted it with like a lot of bigotry, or they can like wake up to the system and what it actually has in store for everybody. I'm a Kiwi from New Zealand. We blessed here. Shout out to Tom Jones. I haven't seen my new friend from New Zealand at the gym in a while. I don't know where she went. I mean, I'm not trying to like dox anybody. I don't think she watches this show, but last time I spoke to her, she said she was like maybe moving to Dubai, and I was like, I don't know. converting chuds is a fetish, not liberation. I mean, I think it's less about converting chuds and more about like the propagandized into people's impulse to always be looking for like a core redemption for like the American project, as represented sometimes by its like worst, its worst population members, right? And so there's a lot of people wanting to just like imagine that there's some kind of like positivistic version of America that is separate from all of their actions, that is infinitely redeemable. And so they oftentimes look for that in people who are like, sometimes hyper representative of America in their opinion. And that can just oftentimes look like trying to enable bigotry, trying to like, oh, well, you finally realize prison is bad the moment like you're going to it. Let me spend extra effort running interference for you. It's like, well, unfortunately, like they made it so that they had to have that happen to them. And so like, I feel bad about that, but ultimately I don't think that like running interference for them is like the best thing for society. I think that they have to work through like their learning process themselves, which is what they would have told you before something bad happened to them. But a lot of people I think are very, they're looking for a silver lining in what is essentially a population where a lot of people have been like stripped of their ability to like see the stakes for themselves in people who wear burqas. And by nature of that, they have to have like negative lessons enforced by like bad things happening to them. We're seeing that with the USS Lincoln too. And people will think that means I think it's good. And again, I would emphasize that I don't care about good versus bad when it comes to like cause and effect like this. I'm talking about like what becomes necessary for a population to grow in a way that makes them better community members, essentially. Because a lot of Americans have become antisocial in their disposition because they've been propagandized to be that way, because it makes them more effective soldiers for capitalism, more effective soldiers for the American military industrial complex, for the American Israeli US pedophile machine. There goes the monetization. But by nature of that means that they can only learn through like incredibly harsh lessons, because that's like a self-fulfilling prophecy within America, like that we have to have a very punitive society because people just can't learn from anything but punitive lessons. But that's mostly just true about the people who think that. Speaking of like bad things happening to people, do you want to check in with Tim Pool's response to Alex Jones' challenge to fight? Because we watched Alex Jones kind of fake challenge Tim Pool to fight. A lot of people pointed this out in the comments, and I don't know if it's true, but I guess we'll be able to figure it out by how Tim Pool responds, because Tim Pool is not a good actor. I mean, he's a fake demon when it comes to debates for sure, but he's not a good actor when it comes to hiding his emotions. And so depending on how he responds to Alex Jones will, I think, color how I feel about whether or not it's likely that they'll come to blows or blades or whatever Alex Jones ends up challenging him to, because this might all just be a plot to boost their impressions on both sides, because people love a good like fake feud. Like it gets people invested. Maybe we should check out like what's going on their X accounts. I try not to go to X. Alt Facts, thank you for the $2 super chat. You read any of Bruno Latour's Politics of Nature? I do not remember if I read that one. I read his one about like the what is it called? Like the French lawmaking body that came out like a decade ago, but I don't remember if I read Politics of Nature. I probably read like parts of it, but I don't remember those parts. I would have to reread it to talk on it. But I do enjoy Latour. Obviously it's not the kind of thing that you would recommend to someone who just wants to read like anthropological or social science work casually, but I do find it to be like accessible if you're a grad student or like 300, 400 level. Maybe I'm underselling how smart people are now, but I would say that it's accessible if you're like 300, 400 level or higher in the social sciences without having to like really put your like fucking thinking cap on like some stuff you have to read. Like it's not like reading Lacan or something where you have to like really, really think about it. In my opinion, you can just enjoy it. But it has been a while. Should we go to Tim Pool's? Let's go to Tim Pool's X account. I've never been to his X account. I assume it's just the Timcast one. I'm just going to try to skip past all of his like stupid dumb tweets. I don't really care. Okay, here's one. Here's an Alex Jones related one. He's still like trying to poke the bear. So remember, on the Tim Pool show, a few clips ago, they were showing off their Alex Jones was right jar, which is like a fart jar, but instead of putting farts in it, they put money in it. And apparently the new jar is an Alex Jones was wrong jar, or is wrong jar. Okay. FBI raids, boring. I want to see if he's talking about Alex Jones real quick. Tim Pool's tweets are kind of boring. I'm kind of like scanning them. Yeah, he's not getting a lot of play. Okay, so yeah, here's one about Alex Jones, but this is just like a clip from the video we're gonna watch. That's fine, perfect. Alex Jones is lying about everything. It's odd. It seems like something changed on a dime. He posted that I endorsed the Iran war. Anyone that watches my show knows that just yesterday I said the Iran conflict is a massive failure. So why would he put out this lie? Gosh, I mean, I guess Tim Pool does say that the Iran war is a massive failure now, but that is kind of a recent development because a few weeks ago, when it was still a failure, Tim Pool was trying to convince people that the Iran war and all of the strategic goals that Trump had laid out was actually misdirection because his main goal was to shut down the Strait of Hormuz and to constrict China from its primary supplier of oil. Now, you'll be saying to yourself, Brandon, China's primary supplier of oil is not Iran, and I know that. But that was Tim Pool's kind of like cope for why the war wasn't going badly. More recently, yes, I think he has accepted that the war is going badly now. But yeah, let's turn over to his clip about Alex Jones. I want to see what he says about the kind of, well, I guess the challenge, the glove being laid down. I do think though, no, let's go to the gosh. I can never decide whether it's better to watch Tim Pool by himself or Tim Pool with his dick-shaped panel of nincompoops. I feel like I prefer when he's with the panel, but sometimes he just talks at them. But at least when he's on the panel, he does less like silly voices out of anxiety. So yeah, maybe we'll just turn to like the panel show. That's Timcast in real life. It's not until you actually like watch a lot of Tim Pool that you realize that the only reason he has, oh shit, he has George Santos back on again. Why does he have George Santos on all the time? I do not understand this at all. But neither here nor there. Maybe we'll get to that too. But it's not until you watch like a little bit more of Tim Pool than you would probably want to that you realize that the only reason he has 2 channels is for him to do every topic twice. But in the video with the panel, he basically takes full control of the conversation anyway, because they're just there to glaze his ego. So I don't really feel as though like the single conversation goes any different than like the panel conversation personally. It's different than like when I chop up the stream for double dipping as clips because people request that. Like, I don't think people are requesting to hear the exact same clip, but with just Tim Pool sharing just his ideas, or maybe vice versa. Maybe people prefer just Tim. I don't know. Let's just see what he has to say. Yeah, I feel like George Santos is literally just like grifting Tim, but we're not going to watch that one right now. We're going to watch the one from a day ago that just says Alex Jones, he got the call from who?
So this has been carrying on since yesterday in ways that quite literally do not make sense. Alex Jones says, this is why I'm challenging Tim Pool to a debate on Israeli meddling in America's political system and the disastrous Iran war. Question, if you go back in time and stop the failed Iraq war of 2003, would you? To which I said, Israel is meddling in the U.S. AIPAC has undue and oversized influence on the U.S. political system. Israeli strikes in Syria are risking U.S. interests in the region. Now, Alex, tell me why you disagree. The point is this. Alex, all of a sudden, started saying, why does Tim Pool support Israel? When I don't. A bunch of his followers started tweeting out, Tim Pool is pro-war with Iran, which I'm not. The point is, guys, I'm gonna go full conspiratard on you guys. I just, not like them, but like me, you know. I think that there was a plan put in place with allies of the Trump administration to realign the political parties. I said this in February. Tulsi was going to resign. I was told by people close to her in the administration, no, she'll never resign. Then she did. I said that Joe Kent and Tucker They're gonna have this new political party. Maybe they'll go as Democrats. Maybe be third party. Now Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, Joe Kent Tucker are having big meetings talking about the launch of their third party. I didn't make it up. It was told to me by people who are in the Beltway. So these are people who work in the administration. They work in the government. They said, this is what we see happening. This is what the plan is basically going to be. Why was Joe Kent, who Trump supported and gave a job, all of a sudden like, no, I can't support this? They are creating a new left-right divide. This is why Tucker Carlson and the Young Turks, their opinions have aligned 100%. Have you guys noticed this?
Yeah.
What is Tucker talking about? He's talking about trade protectionism. He's talking about price controls. He's saying we can't live this way. It is 1-for-1 with the Young Turks. When you discard woke, their opinions start to overlap. So why did Alex Jones just yesterday decide that Tim Pool was pro-Israel, despite I'm not? I don't think many of these people who are planning these systems, they don't look at the fine tuning of it. They just know, I don't know, Tim Pool had Randy Fine on and he wasn't mean to him, I guess. And Tim Pool, met with Netanyahu in 2025. Ergo, Alex, we want you to go out and say you want to debate Tim on Israel. The only problem is I agree with those things. It's almost like there is a machine in place that doesn't actually know what I've said about what's going on and has decided to have Alex or whoever else debate me on something I agree with. So I'm getting texts from people saying, Tim, you should debate Alex Jones on Israel. And I'm going, why? Alex and I largely agree on Israel. I don't understand why he's asking me to debate. I don't understand.
I would just say, and I know I don't watch a ton of Tim Pool's show, but I feel like a lot of right-wingers have this issue where they accuse tons of people of just like not knowing what they actually believe or misrepresenting their beliefs. And as a content creator, I can definitely admit that sometimes people will like barely listen to your content, as we do with Tim Pool. I would say we listen too much to Tim Pool's content. And they will just try to like ascribe beliefs to you that they imagine fit people within your realm. However, when it comes to Tim Pool and some other right-wing content creators who don't want to take responsibility for being conservative, I think a lot of the misunderstandings are actually derived from Tim Pool's like own obfuscation of his beliefs. Like Tim Pool loves to just tell you that you don't understand what he believes. You don't understand what he believes. Like, we agree. They actually agree with me. They all turn out to agree with me. But I have a hard time actually pinning down what Tim Pool believes about really anything. And I think when you take that in its like context, it comes across as running interference for things, right? Because I can tell you what I believe about the Iran war. I believe it's a mistake. I believe that we lost. I believe Trump should surrender, right? I believe that ultimately when Tim Pool goes into these rants about people not understanding him, he never takes the opportunity to say in any clear words like what he actually believes. Maybe he feels like he shouldn't have to because there's tons of stuff out there, but I would say he just has this problem so much. And a lot of times, like, right-wingers are only, like, playing at it. They play at, like, no one knowing what they believe because they want to continue to, like, you know, develop this air of, like, not quite being right-wing. But Tim Pool seems actually bothered by it. So I wonder if he truly believes that his beliefs are so like apparent, because he just fence sits so much. Like he's constantly just like playing this like, it could be this, it could be that, it could be this. But he also claims that his ideas are so like easy to parse out. What do you guys think, right? If you asked me, if you put a gun to my head based on everything that we've watched so far about Tim Pool and this war in Iran, I would say he was generally supportive of it up until it became very clear that it was not going to go well, even by the fake metrics that he invented in his head to come across as like perhaps it could be going well. Because overall, he doesn't want to earn the ire of the Trump administration, because he was one time invited to the press pool to ask a kind of boring, nerdy question. And that's what I would say Tim Pool is. You know, that's why I say he's aligned with this particular conflict. Maybe he's not specifically in favor of it, but certainly he hasn't spoken out against it in any way that I can recall. And we've watched a few clips about it. He's spoken out more concretely about the Animal Farm movie. Like, I can think of at least 7 concrete statements he said about the Animal Farm movie being bad and how you should never watch it and all those things. But when it comes to the Iran war, not really, which is, hey, I can't tell him to have any beliefs, right? Like, he's allowed to like the war. It's stupid and we lost it, but you're allowed to like the war. But I'm just saying, it seems like no one really knows where he stands on it.
why people in Alex Jones's space are now all of a sudden claiming I have opinions I've never stated before. It is all completely fake. And
Okay.
I think the reason is, and I think Alex
Clarify
is a part
then.
of it, is that there is a play behind the scenes, probably it's not super complicated. There's probably a political action committee, and they said, guys, if we want to win in 2028, you know, if Trump loses, right, in the midterms, then there's going to be impeachments, there's going to be investigations. If Rubio or Vance loses in 28, the Democrats are going to be controlled by the DSA, and they're going to start going after all of Trump's allies. So here's the game plan. The new left-right divide is going to be, so we're going to capture parts of the disaffected left. We're going to move them to the middle position. We're going to get rid of woke. We're going to say Trump is bad. Then we're going to create two factions. Woke is eliminated, and you've got the anti-foreign, you've got like the libertarian-esque left, where they're like, war is bad, Trump is bad, Israel is doing bad things to the United States. And then you have the more neocon, pro-Trump right faction of this. That's where things are starting to shuffle out. And everything you're seeing on social media is fake. Alex, whatever pack you're working with, Candace, whoever else involved, I am not so easily manipulated because I don't care. I am not going to be emotionally triggered into being like, oh, well, actually, Israel, I like. I'm going to be like, oh, yeah, you're right. Don't care. Thank you and have a nice day. The question really comes down to this.
So you don't have an opinion on Israel? Like, he is still not expressing an opinion. He's getting around it by just saying that he agrees with Alex, broadly speaking. Do you think he agrees with this tweet? Israel is meddling in the U.S. AIPAC has undue and oversized influence on the U.S. political system. Israeli strikes in Syria are risking U.S. interests in the region. Now tell me why you disagree. Yeah, he's just trying to pretend like this is his position, but it's not really. Like, he just can't hold to a position. Even in this particular explanation, he explained why he doesn't want to like talk too badly about the war, because he's afraid of Trump losing the midterms, because he's aligned with Trump. And so even if you're anti the war in some kind of cursory way, you've chosen to be aligned with Trump in such a way that doesn't allow you to be honest about the nature of the war.
Why is Alex Jones all day on his live shows, on these posts, consistently saying,
because this is still not really about the Iran war. Like, you see how the Iran war is not mentioned in this particular tweet at all. Like, this is about things other than the Iran war, because this tweet from Alex challenges him specifically on the Iran war. No comment on it.
that I work for Israel, that he actually posted Tim gets his marching orders from Netanyahu. This is all completely fabricated and a near 2-year-old story. So why is Alex lying about it? So I'll give you an example, because let's break down the lies, just so we can once again explain to you this is all fake. So also I mentioned I'm working in a game where you play Alex Jones and you have to throw Israeli flags at Tim Pools. Let's see. I retweeted something.
I will say, if I had known that Tim Pool was also going to go through his own tweets before, like, or in this clip, I wouldn't have gone through his tweets when I started this particular segment. A lot of Tim Pool's show on like Timcast in real life is him just showing the other panel members on the dick-shaped panel of nincompoops his tweets. Did you realize that? This like maybe the third clip we've watched where like all he's doing is going through his own like Twitter threads and showing them like his tweets.
I guess it's not popping up. No, where is it? After I met with...
He's trying to find a tweet where he's condemned Israel, but he can't find one except for like as a direct obfuscation in response to Alex Jones.
I guess it's not popping up. No, where is it? After I met with Benjamin Netanyahu in 2025, literally like 10 minutes out the door, I tweeted, I just met with Netanyahu. The next day, Jewish Insider reported on some of the things said, and they were wrong. Now, Alex and many others are lying and claiming I got caught after the fact, and it was only after it was leaked that I admitted to being there, which is just absolutely not the case. So the question is, why is Alex lying? And then you have Robert Barnes tweeting, hey, Timcast, maybe stop trying to screw over folks who worked with you, which, again, also hasn't responded to. Why did all of a sudden, all of these people, as I already mentioned, right, there's like my name is in the press, so everybody wants to latch onto it because I'm trending nonstop. This is what happens. So the question...
Bro, he's trending nonstop because he got stomped out on Jubilee. Like, he is making it sound like he trends nonstop all the time when he's literally trending nonstop right now because he got like smashed on Jubilee. I'm always trending.
Though is like, why is Alex and the people around him, why are they lying about it? What is the purpose of lying and claiming that I believe things I don't? Is it because people who don't watch my show will then believe that I think things I don't think? There's a one point I'll make on this one. One of the first things I said to Alex when he posted the Israel thing is that the meeting was public. House and Habit posted videos from the meeting. I took pictures with several of the people there that were posted. The Chatham House rules means you just don't attribute to anyone. So if like, if Dave Rubin said, I'm going to go get roast beef after this, Chatham House rules means you don't go, hey, by the way, Dave Rubin wanted roast beef. You would just say someone there said this. In fact, we were entirely allowed to talk about what Netanyahu himself was advocating for, which was the Iran war, to which half the room was largely like, F off. No, we're not interested. The question is, why is he claiming it was secret? Why is he lying about it?
Well, that's the standard line is like, Tim had a secret meeting. And for the most part, the people that are retweeting this stuff or watching these shows or that end up in your mentions, they have no clue what your actual position is. They just heard this guy's pro-Israel. And so that means, if you're not consistently criticizing Israel on your timeline, they're like, well, he must be pro-Israel. They don't put a lot of thought into it. Now, I can't speak for Alex and what he's doing, but I'm talking about the viewers, the people that watch Alex and the people that end up, talking about it on the internet.
I believe you hosted on April 7th, 2025. Because I was going to the White House because I got invited to meet with Netanyahu, to which literally right after the meeting, I said, just left a meeting with Prime Minister Netanyahu in D.C. Interesting discussion. I will discuss more tomorrow night on Timcast IRL. Jewish Insider posted the story.
Okay, I don't have the patience for an entire 2 Tim Pool clips, so I kind of just want to go over to the one where he starts to address the fight, because I think we can all agree that we want to hear him address like the challenge from the fight, more than we want to hear him going over his secret but not secret meeting with Netanyahu at the White House. We get it.
So on Sunday, the Jubilee episode with me dropped. My name's been trending nonstop since.
Yeah.
Lefties are writing fake news. This is what press does. This is what the media is. It's all fake. It's all attention economy stuff. Well.
Oh, Tim is so sweet. Oh, that was a great sequence. That was a great sequence there. We got to appreciate that one again. Okay, that was a great frequency. Yeah, it's all attention economy stuff. People are spreading lies. They're saying I got beanie mogged. They're saying I stormed off. They're saying a lot of stuff. Don't pay attention to it. Don't watch it either, but don't pay attention to the news either.
So on Sunday, the Jubilee episode with me dropped. My name's been trending nonstop since. Lefties are writing fake news. This is what press does. This is what the media is. It's all fake. It's all attention economy stuff. Well, the first thing I'll say is it's a slow news day. We do got big news about Eric Swalwell, which I'm setting up for the 4 p.m. principal segment. It's like the big news of the day. I try to do that at 4 p.m. and get smaller stories in. But hey, I won't leave you hanging. Alex Jones has challenged me to a bare knuckle boxing match. I don't care. It's stupid. What I do care about is I think Alex Jones is compromised. And it's a weird thing to say because it's like it feels so fantastical. But let me explain. In December, Alex Jones was on the rational side of news, politics, and alternative media, correctly pointing out that Candace Owens' claims didn't add up, didn't make sense. She had no evidence. In fact, he got into it with Owen Schroyer over some of these issues relating to Israel. Recently, he flipped, publicly apologizing to Candace. That's remarkable. I mean, I'll tell you this, my opinion on gun rights hasn't really changed all that much. My opinion on abortion has not changed for the most part in forever. Still not a diehard pro-lifer. Don't agree with the Democrats, don't get me wrong. But what new information?
Oh, there's the fence sitting. Tim Pool just can't help but want to fence sit. So, do you believe in abortion or not, Tim? I'm not a pro-lifer, but I also don't agree with the Democrats. What do you mean? Okay, so, You want to do at random? You just want to pick a pregnant lady off the street and go like, "Yep, your baby is gone." Like fucking Thanos. I don't understand. Like, just share an opinion. Share a concrete opinion about something. Shit. I want every baby aborted. Anything. Any opinion. Any concrete opinion. Especially if you're gonna complain about people not really knowing what you mean. It's like he won't share a concrete opinion unless pressed in a way that he can't avoid, but only insofar as he has to. It's so obvious. But I wish he would at least address the fight element of it. He's right though about Alex. Alex is just clearly like switching it up for attention. It's the attention economy.
On abortion has not changed for the most part in like forever. Still not a diehard pro-lifer. Don't agree with the Democrats, don't get me wrong. But what new information can be introduced in such a short amount of time that would alter the fundamental worldview of an individual? So I'll give you some examples of what I think is going on. As I've been saying for some time, that there was a play on the Trump side. Seemingly Trump's friends broke with him and adopted this like anti-Trump stance. And I was talking about how in February, the rumor was that Tulsi Gabbard was going to resign, that she was going to have be part of a political campaign, either running as a Democrat or third party or something, a spoiler candidate for Democrats. Maybe not necessarily Tulsi, but we'll see this with Joe Kent, Tucker Carlson. And I was told it's like, no way. Now, certainly some people were like, it'll be interesting if we see it. But I was talking with some dudes who work in D.C., and they were basically saying, the strategy is this. Democratic socialists are taking over. They're a third of the Democratic Party right now, and they're deeply unpopular. The idea is to prevent them from winning and to capitalize on the division. The sort of left flank of Trump MAGA, which is, Tulsi Gabbard, anti-war, is going to break away and create a spoiler. It's going to create an opportunity for moderate Democrats to leave the Democratic Party and vote for a third party, or potentially they'll run as Democrats. We don't know for sure, but I'm not entirely positive. What do we see now? Tucker Carlson, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, Joe Kent, they are forming their breakaway party. Tulsi Gabbard resigned. All of these things are lining up. Tucker Carlson, Candace, to a certain degree, Megyn Kelly, and now Alex Jones are now inverting their positions. This is very strange. What could have happened that made Tucker Carlson say, I shouldn't have supported Donald Trump. I didn't know he would do this. And,
Okay, I'm going to tell you right now, it's because they're smarter than you, Tim. I see where this is going. He's going to try to imply that people are compromised because they've changed their opinion on Donald Trump. Alex isn't compromised. He just realized that the Trump administration is not going to come and relieve him of his $1 billion his $1 billion burden to pay back the families of the Sandy Hook victims. And so he no longer sees the value in aligning with Trump. And the same is true about Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. They just see which way the wind is blowing, and they realize that only the dumbest of the dumbest on the right-wing media, in the right-wing media space, are still going to be running interference for Trump, because the only way that Trump will be, the only time Trump will be relevant is for the next 5 to 10 years. And then the wave of octogenarian, septuagenarian, old people who comprise the Fox News viewership, who comprise the primarily MAGA base now still, are going to all be dead. And they're going to have to deal with a younger populist right that has been left behind by not just the Trump administration and MAGA, but right-wing politics as usual. And so if you are a member of the media and you are under 60, 50 years old and you're in the right wing, hitching your wagon to Trump does not make any sense. And Dave Rubin understood that, or didn't understand that, when he did his Jubilee. And that's why he still tried to practically defend Trump, and he got decimated. Tim Pool was going to try to fence it, but still defend Trump, and he got decimated, because Trump is at this point indefensible to anybody but brain-addled 90-year-olds who are just going to plug their ears and go la, 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 la. And so they just see which way the wind is blowing. It just no longer makes any sense to help Trump unless he's going to help you personally. And since he's not helping Alex Jones personally, he's not getting the access that you're getting, Tim, to go to the White House and big up his brand. He sees it's just a better deal. It's a better deal to try to separate yourself now. It'll give you brand longevity. The Ben Shapiro's out there are the ones who are not having any brand longevity. And at least Ben Shapiro has an ideology that explains it. It's hard for me to understand people who don't necessarily have a right wing, a really strong GOP related ideology, or like neoconservative or like pro-Israel, who still want to align themselves with Trump, because it's just not a good business decision for like the long term. Like maybe for right now, like there just aren't that many like, you know, anti-MAGA people, but like there will be, like once Trump is out of office and there's a real accounting for like what he did, because he's not the one representing it, it's going to be like a real bloodbath. It's already a bloodbath.
Inverting their positions. This is very strange. What could have happened that made Tucker Carlson say, I shouldn't have supported Donald Trump. I didn't know he would do this. And, you know, for that, I sincerely apologize. Followed by his brother literally telling him maybe the $100 million from Miriam Adelson was for something. That is to say, Tucker Carlson knew that Miriam Adelson was providing $100 million in funding through various PACs and organizations to help Trump get elected because they wanted Trump to back Israel. Tucker knew this. I don't know why he wouldn't. Tucker's been very anti-Muslim, but all of a sudden, now he's, Muslim's not so bad. Islam's not so bad. It's interesting. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene is more just anti-war, more America First populist. Thomas Massie as well. Thomas Massie's had some weird things, like he attacked Nick Shirley for no reason. And I'm just like, that's weird, but, you know, Massie's still a friend, and I think he's a scholar and a gentleman. Still a big fan. Though we disagree on things, the truth is with Massie, I've disagreed with him the whole time I've known him. But he's always been honorable, and people are allowed to disagree. But here's the thing. Alex Jones is overtly lying about everything. And this, to me, is odd. He's aligned himself with Tucker. He's got a picture of him and Tucker with Candace. And it seems like something changed on a dime. I'll give you some examples. Let me pull this up. Here's Alex Jones saying Tim Pool just endorsed the Iran war again. Oh, hold on there. Anybody who's watched my show knows that literally yesterday, my 10 a.m. segment was me saying, we've depleted our SPR. This is a massive failure. Just is. Trump's not going to tell us the truth about it. The reason that he's doing it, it's this global energy dominance plan. So why would Alex Jones put out a lie? I just find it weird. Let me see what else we have from Alex as we're getting into all this. There's the weird Chris Martinson stuff. Also very, very weird, to be completely honest. I don't know where the I haven't been tweeting at every single thing. He's saying that admitted I took money from the Russians. That's a lie. He's saying that I secretly met with Netanyahu. Also a lie. He says, you're on the record taking money from the Russians and meeting secretly with Netanyahu. So here's the thing that I bring up. Alex knows full well that none of that is true. He's already had probably 700 tweets at him where after I met with Netanyahu in April of 2025, as I'm walking out of the Blair House, I tweeted, I just had a meeting with Netanyahu, and we'll discuss everything that he said. To which we did. He was advocating for war with Iran. He was trying to lobby American media to support it. Half the room really didn't want to do it. I specifically stated that support for Israel was cooked, that the young people are not going to get behind it, either because you've got a right wing that doesn't want to fund Israel and a left wing that outright hates Israel. And that was the meeting. Now, hold on there, gosh darn minute. I've never supported this war in Iran, said I wouldn't vote for it, said it's bad. We're between a rock and a hard place. We don't want the United States to lose when it gets in these situations. Like the withdrawal from Afghanistan was a disaster. This is the best analogy for it, right? The Afghan withdrawal under Biden was a nightmare, despite the fact we were all hoping for a withdrawal.
He skipped over that like Russian money part. You noticed that, right? Like first he kind of tried to quibble over like what it means to meet with someone in secret. Like if you meet with someone without telling someone first and then reveal it, is it technically meeting with someone in secret? Like I would say it is, because like you met them in secret, you just revealed the secret after. But whatever. I will notice that he skipped over the Russian money part, just like skipped right over it.
They just screwed it all up. So we want the U.S. to win, but we don't like the circumstances we find ourselves in. And now they're depleting the SPR to an insane degree to offset the high prices, which is screwing the economy and bad news for Republicans going to the midterms, which is why I called it a failure. Why is Alex lying? Honest question. And the only reason I cover it is, admittedly, fair point, it is a relatively slow news day, and Alex is creating drama trying to make news out of it. But it does play into what I've been saying about this shift from a faction of the Trump side going to break away and form a new party. So Alex Jones is now repeating the statements made by the Democrats. The Russia stuff. Bro, Alex Jones runs RT sources, Russia Today, all the time. I never do. How is he all of a sudden being like, Russia? Huh? That's what Merrick Garland and the Democrats were putting out against people like me.
Oh, man.
And
is that the spin? He's trying to cloak himself in the like Russiagate spin. Wow. Yeah, this is exactly like Russiagate, Tim.
all of a sudden being like, Russia.
Russia.
That's what Merrick Garland and the Democrats were putting out against people like me. And
People like me.
I've never taken a single penny from any foreign source ever for any reason. Yeah, literally. Like I've been to Spain. Never took money from any Spanish government, from the Spanish government or Mexico or any. None. Not one time. In fact, I was at DEF CON, the hacker convention, and actually gave a talk about how RT was trying to license footage from me over Sweden, and I told them to kick rocks, pound sand, and they didn't want to let up. I said, I just don't do that. I run normal business. We don't do any of that weird foreign government stuff. I don't even know how to begin doing that stuff. So the question that I have, and the point I'm making is
very convincing.
I think
I'm
that
convinced.
there is there's a controlled opposition in essence. And that is like Candace changing her position, Tucker changing his position. It seems to align with some kind of manufactured division between left and right. I had tweeted last year, the new left-right divide will be Israel. And then people who are just, I don't know, short-sighted were like, but the left and the right agree on Israel. No. The new left-right divide is going to be the left is going to be anti-Israel, the right's going to be pro-Israel. That's the point. The new divide between the left and the right. So when you look at like Anna Kasparian and Tucker Carlson largely agreeing on their political positions, Alex is aligning himself with one of these factions, attacking me for literally no reason. Now, Alex is trying to claim that I attacked him first because I pointed out that I said you can't build a pro-Trump audience for 10 years and then change and expect and then be surprised when your audience drops off. He took that. Guys, let's be real. Like, obviously, Alex doesn't take that as an insult. He took it as an open door to play whatever game he and his cohorts are playing, where they've inverted their political positions.
Yes, true. He did.
Alex
You should have known
all
better.
of a sudden just believing that there is some Russia conspiracy. He spoke out against it for years. So why would he now take the Democrat position of the Russians are trying to manipulate our elections? The Netanyahu thing is largely aligned with like the Young Turks and the left as well. Even Nick.
Okay. I've given up. Tim Pool is actually quite boring. I was hoping he would actually like go into the fight part, but if he's not going to do that, maybe we'll give it a little bit more.
Alex Jones claimed that I was pro-Israel. And then even actually like a really great example. Like, obviously, I am not pro-Israel. Really, just Israel ambivalent is the way to describe it. But what was the one I just...
He's fence-sitting Israel. He's Israel ambivalent. God, he just can't help himself. He has like a pathology towards it. I'm Israel ambivalent. That's being pro-Israel, bro. I have no problem with saying that right now. It's like, is that not being pro-Israel?
Really, just Israel ambivalent is the way to describe it.
But it's crazy. It's crazy to say that though, but then to also have been trying to say that like you agreed with him about Israel having an outsized say in our government and like them trying to drag us into the regional wars and ruining our place in the region, right? Because if you actually believe those things and then you say that you're Israel ambivalent, it's like, so you have to think that that's fine then, right? Would you be ambivalent if any other country was doing that to the United States of America? Like if the UK was doing that to the US, if China was doing that to the US, would you be ambivalent? Like he doesn't realize that he gives up the game. He's not so good at obfuscating like his true opinion, or at least his lack of any real principles about stuff like this, because he also wants to kind of play above it all, unbiased journalist, but still still pretend as though he's like sharing real hard opinions about stuff. But you kind of have to pick one or the other. You can definitely do both sometimes, but he doesn't want to be accused of like not doing whichever one that he wants to imagine he's doing at any point in time. Like it's like a Schrodinger's opinion. He wants to always be allowed to say that he said the thing that makes him seem the most smart or the most like courageous, but he's ultimately just not saying anything half the time. I'm Israel ambivalent. You just said that they control our government. Like they don't, but like you just said that you think that they have an outside say in it. So like, why would you be ambivalent about that? I'm not ambivalent about that.
But what was the one I just showed where he says Tim just endorsed the Iran war, and so I posted this right here, literally me starting off the video. Here, let's just roll tape. This is failure. Me reacting to me. Sorry, it just is. Literally calling the war in Iran a failure that Trump will not tell us the truth about. Why would Alex lie? This is the overt playbook the deep state.
Can he play the rest of the clip? I know I played a full clip. I just paused it a lot, but he's like clip chimping himself. Can he like play the full clip? Like he could be referring to anything.
The war in Iran a failure that Trump will not tell us the truth about. Why would Alex lie? This is the overt playbook the deep state did forever, okay? It just is, guys. We found ourselves watching the news every day, wondering how it is that Trump could say something like, we should condemn neo-Nazis and white nationalists, yet somehow the media would say Trump endorses them. And you'd be sitting there being like, I don't understand. I'm literally watching the clip you posted in the article where he says the opposite, but they say something different. The media said Trump calls Nazis fine people. And then you watch the video and Trump says, and I'm not talking about neo-Nazis. How could it have been that those of us with discerning minds were watching something so insane? How about double masking from Fauci? These things that we knew they just made up. How could they get away with saying the exact opposite?
Honestly, I get why people don't know what Tim Pool has to say, because a lot of times when he talks, I just want to turn it off. Like, and when I don't turn it off, I kind of just find myself like no longer paying attention. And so, I have to just grant that maybe I am not the best judge of what he has and has not said, because a lot of times I just can't make it through the whole thing, right? Like it's a hard watch, right? Sometimes you have to just like turn your brain off. Yeah, Alex Jones cooked his ass when he said that he would give Tim Pool like a Tommy gun and let him unload on him and he would still take him out. Like at least he puts on like an entertaining show sometimes. I will say the one thing I note about Tim Pool, irrespective of all his other problems, he never seems comfortable in front of the camera. For someone who's been doing this for a long time, like I wonder why he seems so uncomfortable in front of the camera. Do you notice how like weird he is?
So on Sunday, the Jubilee episode with me dropped. My name's been trending nonstop since. Lefties are writing fake news. This is what press does. This is what the media is. It's all fake. It's all attention economy stuff. Well, the first thing I'll say is it's a slow news day. We do got big news about Eric Swalwell, which
okay, yeah, he's so antsy. Okay, never mind. Let's do something else. Let's do something informative. Oh yeah, shit. Let's do this. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I got it. Well, I'm tapping out of Tim Pool content, not the show. I'm really a big deal. I wish I was. Alex Jones is wrong about Tim Pool accepting money from Russia because Fauci said that we had to wear 2 masks or something. Okay, let's turn over to what's going on there are a few things that we should turn to that are going on in Israel, in Gaza, in the West Bank right now. I think the primary one is this new edict out of the Israeli government related to the West Bank and a new like sort of settlement plan that people are, to like put it mildly, are not happy about. And this comes on the tail end of weeks of increased aggression against Palestinians on the West Bank by Israeli settlers, with, of course, the support of the IDF, despite what they try to pretend is going on. So, yeah, let's just start with this clip. Israel's E1 settlement plan sparks international condemnation.
Now, Malaysia has joined Canada and 6 European countries in condemning Israel's advancement of plans to build additional illegal settlements in the occupied West Bank. On Tuesday, the Israeli government issued a new tender for the construction of more than 1,000 illegal housing units as part of that E1 settlement plan. In a statement, leaders of Canada, the UK, France, Germany, Italy, the Netherlands and Norway said the international community has long opposed this expansion and has voiced their grave concerns privately and publicly. International law is clear that Israeli settlements in the West Bank are illegal. We urge the government of Israel to retract these plans immediately and end its expansion. Let's go to Nida Ibrahim, who's live for us in Cairo.
It's just funny because even though, I guess they don't do that so much anymore because it's become impossible to deny. But up until recently, despite the Israeli government doing stuff like this, whether it's arming settlers or building the settlements, there was always this like sort of argument that Israel, like as a state, was not involved in this project. It was just a few bad apples that were doing it. And what did you expect Israel to do? But it's always been a state-sanctioned project to make a two-state solution impossible without, upsetting the values of the Western world by demanding that like Israeli settlers live under some kind of like Palestinian regime, which they would never allow. And so the Israeli state has always been involved in these projects, and it's always just led to some variation of this kind of condemnation. Although now that the genocide has been going on for so long, it is coming along with a few other things like sanctions that have already been implemented by some of these countries. I know the Netherlands just doesn't, they, I think, have boycotted fully all settlement, all products made in the settlements. Of course, it should be boycotting everything made in Israel, but other countries are doing even less, right?
In the occupied West Bank.
Others are doing more, though.
This statement from those countries on the E1 settlement, they're saying that this will undermine the prospects of a two-state solution by driving a wedge through the West Bank. Could you explain that for us? Why is specifically this E1 settlement so damaging to the prospects of a Palestinian state?
Because exactly, it cuts the occupied West Bank into 2 separate halves, the southern part and the northern part. And that gap in between would be filled by illegal Israeli settlements. So imagine it as a building block that is stopping Palestinians from getting, for example, from Ramallah to Bethlehem, from Nablus to Hebron. They would be completely cut by this massive block of illegal Israeli settlements. And even one of the ideas that has been floated by the Israelis is to get Palestinians underground tunnels to be able to move from one city to another. This further fragments the future Palestinian independent state as it cuts it in half. But it's also a reminder of how Israel has been using these illegal settlements as a strategic way. They are very well placed in a way to prevent Palestinians from ever having a Palestinian state. This is not something that is fringe. This is a policy of the Israeli government, has been advanced by the prime minister, who promised his people that there never will be a Palestinian state. And you also have the Israeli finance minister, Bezalel Smotrich, who is effectively responsible for the occupied West Bank. And he's also been promising his constituents, his audience, that he will never allow this to happen. And that surge, the surge of illegal Israeli settlement building is being done strategically to prevent Palestinians from ever having their own state. thing that is seen is very damaging to this two-state solution. And that's why many governments, including the US in the past, have been working against the E1 plan because of how it affects the future Palestinian state. But as we are approaching Israeli elections, it seems that everyone now in Israel is interested in showing to their audience how much and how far they're willing to go to undermine Palestinians' possibility of having their own state.
Nita, in this statement, those countries also called on construction companies not to bid for the contracts to build these settlements, warning they could actually be involved in breaching international law. So who normally actually builds these settlements? I mean, is it the Israeli state? Is it private construction companies? Or is it the settlers themselves?
So while private construction companies do the actual construction, the actual building of these houses, of these settlement units, it is the Israeli government and the Israeli state that pushes for these standards. And what the European countries are trying to do is to tell these companies that they're being involved in a major breach of international law, because the very fact, the very building of these settlements is illegal under international law because they're built on occupied land. And we are here in Qaryut. And let me just give you an idea how it is a mix of the settlers themselves, of the state, and of the private companies. Here, there's an illegal Israeli settlement that was built on the lands of Palestinians. And if you can just look at how close it is to where we are right now in the village of Qaryut and how it's encroaching on Palestinian lands, then if we move further down, we will see how new illegal Israeli settlement outposts are being built. These outposts are often built by Israeli settlers themselves. They start with a caravan or two, and then they start expanding and taking over more lands. And they're used sometimes as a launching pad for future attacks. So,
wow. You know what's crazy? These are like the criminal migrant caravans of like undocumented violent criminals that we're warned about in America. And it's just happening in the West Bank against Palestinians by Israel, with, of course, the support of America. Truly, upside down world we live in.
when we talk about these illegal Israeli settlement outposts, they are, yes, not recognized by the government itself, but they eventually get retroactively recognized by the government. So that's why many rights groups would tell you that they're being used as a tool to further enhance and do more and more land grabs in preparation for expanding these illegal Israeli settlements.
That's Al Jazeera's Nida Ibrahim reporting live from Qaryut in the occupied West Bank. Thank you so much for that, Nida.
I've really been enjoying her reporting from the West Bank. Very clear and concrete. You can kind of just get a real good sense of what's going on. Doesn't mince words. Unlike me, I love to mince words. Let's hear more about this. Let's hear more about what the European leaders are actually doing in terms of condemning.
Joining me now is our International Affairs Editor, Philip Toll. Philip, what are the reasons for this announcement?
Well, there are several reasons. The first one is that this is the most far-right government that Israel has ever had, and the far-right government is in favour of increased construction of Jewish settlements in the occupied West Bank. It's done everything it possibly can to be able to push those settlements to be built. We've had a massive increase in the amount of settlements being constructed since 2022, since Benjamin Netanyahu was re-elected with that far-right government. And there are elections coming up in Israel at the end of October, and the settlement program has been given an added boost by the government, because the government knows that it needs to get all this through before those elections. So that it's very, very difficult for future government to go back on that and to stop those settlements from being built. So I think those are the two main issues. What we're talking about here is the E1 area you mentioned, which is E for east of Jerusalem, the part which is the closest to East Jerusalem. There is a Jewish settlement which is just close by there, which is called Mal Adumin, where you have about 37,000 settlers living there. What is the program here is to build another series of houses, first of all for about 1,400 homes to begin with, and then building that up to about 3,000 homes afterwards, so that it would make it virtually impossible, if that construction goes ahead, for any passageway to be made between the northern part of the West Bank and the southern part of the West Bank, and cutting off East Jerusalem, which, reminder, was supposed to be the future Palestinian capital, cutting that off from the rest of Palestine and making it virtually impossible for there to be a two-state solution.
We've already heard a great deal of displeasure being expressed by European countries such as France, Britain and Germany, but what exactly can the international community do?
Well, there's been widespread condemnation of all of this, but I think what the Israeli government feels right now is that they don't really have any opposition. Benjamin Netanyahu feels like he has a green card to do what he wants. He knows that Donald Trump's not going to interfere with this because the United States is Israel's closest ally. The US is more bogged down in the war in Iran. It doesn't really have time for what's going on in the West Bank or even the Gaza Strip, which has taken second place. The European Union doesn't really have the clout it used to have. You mentioned, of course, these countries that have come out against this construction plan, been very vocal about it, including the UK, France, Italy and Germany. But what they can do remains pretty limited. There is one thing they could do, and that's to introduce, for example, sanctions on Israel, economics.
Yeah, see, like, those are things that they could do, right? He's trying to make it seem like there's nothing practically they can do but condemn it. But there are actually a lot of things that you can do. You can do sanctions, like we've seen be done on Iran. You could do military intervention if you really wanted to. I guess, like, I mean, it would be a war, but you could do things. It's just about what your value system is. And also knowing that it would put you on the opposite side of the United States. And so they've been cowed into not doing anything. But they want you to accept that political decision is, or political and ideological decision is some kind of like a practical thing that they are like being held to. But plenty you could do if you cared.
Sanctions on Israel. There is this deal that was signed back in the 1990s, which they could go back on because Israel is the largest trading partner for the European Union. But that looks pretty unsure they're going to do that right now. So lots of complaints from capitals around Europe, particularly from Ed Miliband, the British Foreign Secretary, who has been very, very outspoken and been criticized by the Israeli government for what he said about this. But it looks like the Israeli government really doesn't seem to care much about international reaction to this. They just feel like they want to steam ahead to get these settlements built as fast as possible, because the more settlements that are built, the less likely there will be a two-state solution. That is something that Benjamin Netanyahu has said he will never allow to happen. This is really a make or break period because those elections are coming up pretty quickly, and he wants to get this off the ground before they do.
Philip Chow, thank you.
Yeah, Netanyahu's only real support are like the most rabid, psychotic Israelis now. Although, I mean, I don't necessarily think...
And joining me now is Aaron Zellen, a senior fellow at the Washington Institute for Near East.
Netanyahu's focused on re-election as Israeli government grows less concerned about international isolation. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know how much of this is like the most far-right Israeli government and how much of it is just like the circumstances allowing the Israeli government to be as unchained in its ambitions as it's wanted to be for a while now, along with the, very real concerns of Netanyahu that if the war stops for any extended length of time, he might personally go to jail for his own corruption. Israel's not in Europe. It is in Eurovision, though. And also, Israel knows that, like, ultimately, international condemnation is not a real thing. It's not a real sanction. It's just like informal finger wagging. And unless it actually comes with real sanctions, like no one is going to care, because they're, like they said, it makes the West Bank impossible. It makes the two-state solution an impossibility. And that's why when you hear people on the news now talk about the two-state solution, they are in full awareness that it's no longer possible, because if you try to do a two-state solution, here's what it will look like. Israel will say, no, we have settlements. And even though they were established illegally, they are now currently where Israeli citizens live, and they would not be safe living under Palestinian authority. So what do you expect those people living in those illegal settlements to do? Because some of those people living in those illegal settlements were even born in those illegal settlements, because those illegal settlements have been there for a long time, and that's their home. You expect them to live under Palestinian rule? No. So like a two-state solution is not possible, because that would put like Israeli citizens living under Palestinian rule, that, on their own land, because we took that land illegally. And it's just the two-state solution now is just a stalling tactic. And this is until they have had the time to like make the settlements so ubiquitous that ultimately, it's fully annexed, right? They're just doing the annexation incredibly slowly. But they know that any like comprehensive conversation about the two-state solution would have to deal with like Israeli settlers who currently live on the West Bank. And if you say that they should be under Palestinian like authority because they live on Palestinian land that was taken illegally, or if you said then if they don't want that, they should leave, people who are like more sympathetic to Israelis because of the various ways in which they index Western values will go, that's not fair. You're kicking people off their land, and they were born there, and that's not fair because they didn't choose to be born in those illegal settlements. And so it's like, well, will they submit to Palestinian authority? Like, well, Israel won't let that happen. And so it becomes a practical impossibility. If you say they have to live under Palestinian rule, yeah, they will say that's anti-Semitism. If you say they have to leave, then they'll say like you're kicking them off their land. Of course, these are all just like the most thin veneers of giving justification to colonialism, because like, it maps onto what the West wants. But like, it is just the reality of what people would say if there was any inroads made into actually like a two-state solution where Palestinians were in control of like Gaza and the West Bank at the borders that were established in the Oslo Accords. They would just say like, well, what about, the hundreds of thousands of Israelis illegally living there right now? They deserve safety and freedom too, right? And you're like, what are you even talking about? Like, these like sort of like lazy appeals to like Western values, which we know are oftentimes just like lazy appeal to like Western supremacy. The one value that what the West does agree on. Brad Lander seems to be the only sincere two-stater on the planet. I mean, it's just not a real solution anymore. So like, I mean, you can be as sincere as you want, but it's like a lot of people are sincere about the beliefs that they have, but the beliefs aren't rooted in like reality. They're rooted in like what they've been taught to believe by propaganda. It's why like choosing to invest your time in like caring whether someone is good faith or not is a little bit less important than whether or not they are actively able to incorporate like reality into their beliefs and change them, as opposed to just being good faith like bigots, good faith like irrational believers of things that are like not true. It used to be a real solution, but when it was a real solution, like Israeli terrorists assassinated people who tried to get it done until it was no longer a real solution.
Just because you're married to...
Oh, this is about Pete Hegseth. This is not about Israel and Gaza. It's about Pete Hegseth's wife, I think, coming to all of his like meetings now. I guess she can't trust him around like other women, but we're not going to talk about that yet. We're going to do a little bit of a more lighthearted story out of Palestine. Although I don't want it to be used to disrupt your anger and your rage about the like ongoing genocide and ethnic cleansing of their territory by Israelis. I do think it's sometimes just nice to have a little bit of a respite from some of that when it comes to things like this. So there was a little story out of Al Jazeera about a traditional wedding ceremony in Gaza that's kind of taking place during, obviously the ongoing genocide.
Before the wedding begins, there is a preparation. We followed this group of Palestinians as they rehearsed their Dabka steps and prepared for the celebrations. For them, the rehearsal is part of the tradition. The movements are learned from older generations and passed on to the young.
My friends and I have gathered in this beautiful day and sunny day, preparing for a bigger celebration that we will see later on this evening. We make some dabka, we sing some traditional and cultural songs, trying to memorize and prepare ourselves for this bigger celebration.
And there is another essential part of the celebration. The sound of the yarghul or mijwez, a traditional double reed instrument whose distinctive sound has long been associated with Palestinian weddings.
Yeah, this instrument called magroon. This magroon is an old and ancient instrument used to make the sounds that we play on it with dabka.
Then the celebration begins. The dabka line grows, bringing together different generations. Children watch their parents and grandparents and join in. Palestinian families, weddings can also be deeply personal. Some have their own tradition, particular songs, dances, or ways of celebrating that have been passed down within the family.
These celebrations bring the Palestinian spirit to life. They are part of our heritage. We hope these traditions continue for generations to come, reminding us of our history and identity.
For these children, the steps are becoming part of their own memories. And in Gaza, that matters. After years of war, displacement, and loss, moments like this have taken on a deeper meaning. A wedding offers family a brief escape from the uncertainty of everyday life, a chance to gather, to celebrate, and even for a few hours to feel something close to normal.
Behind me, a Palestinian wedding is underway, with the sound of dabka, dancing, and joy are filling the air. In the midst of war, moments like these have taken on a deeper meaning, with families trying to celebrate life milestones, hold on to traditions despite the uncertainty, and have a sense of normality. Here in Gaza, every wedding is not just a celebration of love, but of resilience.
For a few hours, the rhythm of the music replaces the sound of war, and generations dance to the same beat. Hani Mahmoud, Al Jazeera, from Gaza City, Palestine.
Very, very rich culturally. I love stuff like that. It reminds me of one of my favorite Bollywood movies. I've talked about all the time.
We're raising an American flag in the middle of the...
One of my favorite Bollywood movies, Band Baja Barat, about like this wedding planner and the band, this guy who has a band who works for her and they kind of fall in love. One of my favorites. I would definitely recommend it. I think it's on Netflix, but a real tearjerker. A lot of beautiful sets too. Doot_Doot. Thank you for the 501 super chat. I appreciate it. Our rage about the ongoing genocide is endless, but my cardiologist appreciates you giving us a break now and then. Oh, well, I'm going to give you another break because we're probably going to just do a fun video and then we'll get out of here so I can make my movie. Half shark, half alligator, half man. Thank you for the $20 direct tip. Great show. Happy Friday. Free Palestine as always. Yeah, Band Baja Barat has Anushka Sharma and Ranveer Singh in it. W for all of the donators. I appreciate that. Half shark, alligator, half man. I appreciate that too. Doot_Doot. You're helping pay for my helping pay for my Spider-Man ticket. Ooh, what should we do for fun? Pearl doesn't have a new whiteboard video out, but I could see us doing the old Pearl whiteboard video. I could also see us. No. I could also see us doing that other PBD video where they go over his feelings about the debate, because I can only imagine that PBD is going to use that debate as a opportunity to chastise Adam for being bad at debating that one time. I mean, that's what I would do if I were like a toxic boss. You want to check out a little bit of that, and if it's bad, we can check out one of Pearl's whiteboard videos. Brian told me, thank you for the $10 Canadian super chat. Go ahead and get some popcorn at the movie, B. I don't think I'm going to get popcorn. I haven't decided whether I'm going to sneak in food that I'm not supposed to have or not yet, but I haven't decided whether or not I'm going to get popcorn. If I do get popcorn, it'll be sweet popcorn. Or maybe I'll get like a mix of sweet and salty. Or maybe I'll just sneak in a quesadilla. I wonder how many people are going to be in this theater. Chicago mix? What the hell is that? That when you just put like relish on the popcorn or whatever? Gosh, this is a really long reaction though. 39 minutes. I don't know if I have time for all of that, so I'm hoping it's bad so I can turn it off. Well, it's definitely going to be bad because it's the PBD show, but it's definitely well viewed. So I'm hoping that it's not like unwatchably
Candace
bad,
Owens,
but
Andrew
not so good I
Wilson
want to watch the whole thing.
Debate, okay, that took place last week. There's a bunch of things I want to go through. I want to go through the earpiece. I want to go through certain moments. I want to go through, whose minds were changed, a few different things that happened. But before I get into my side here, I kind of want to ask you guys here, Adam, Vinny, Tom. Vinny, you were there with us while we went there. What part
Vinny
of
was
it,
there
when you heard
the whole
debate,
time?
From Candace's arguments versus Andrew Wilson's argument, which part were you like, oh, that's a good point by Candace, very good point by Andrew? Give moments of each side. Tom, I'll come to you first.
Well, there's two things, one each, and they happen very early in the debate. I always look for people that are saying, I have a fact and here it is, rather than the back and forth, or I sent you this email, that email. And what struck me from Candace is, and I looked it up during the debate, she talked about the degrading fingerprints and degradation of fingerprints on the weapon. I said, that's really interesting. That is a very interesting point to bring up, like who was touching the weapon. And I looked it up, and the police have to do this, like when there's a stabbing in a house, Vinny, and let's say it's a kitchen knife.
Yeah.
Kitchen knife can be used by multiple people in there.
Kids, everybody.
But what was the last or the most prominent fingerprint, and is it right-handed, left-handed? So the police are good at this, and I look at that and I go, that's a really good point to make about that. So it got me thinking that...
She convinced Tom. Oh no, Andrew did so badly. The PBD boys are now like Charlie Kirk assassination truthers. But we talked about that section where he pretended like he didn't understand what her argument was about those fingerprints. And that's when I was just going over and over again. This is a stupid point for him to get like bogged down with. He clearly doesn't have an answer. Just let it go. Because what her implication was obvious. So obvious that even a PBD boy got it. Like a Tom got it. And so I think that just confirms that Andrew was playing dumb, because the implication and why she would think that was basically obvious. And he even went and looked it up, and he was convinced. Like, he should have just made a better argument at that point, because that was the danger of like trying to pretend like it didn't make sense, that the people who were watching would understand it and not have like a rebuttal, because they would understand what she's saying. And you would just look silly for like trying to argue it doesn't like, track what she's saying. And some of them will even look it up and might even be convinced by what they find. I mean, it was a terrible, terrible moment in the debate.
I look at that and I go, that's a really good point to make about that. So it got me thinking that, all right, maybe was this gun tampered with? We now speculate 60 years later that James Earl Ray's gun may not have been the rifle that was actually used to shoot Martin Luther King. So I thought that for Candace was very interesting. Then when Andrew Wilson said, I have a text message here, and he read it of Charlie expressing concern for his own safety at the most highest level. They're trying to kill me. I thought, wow, Andrew, you better have that text message, and it better be able to be validated on servers by AT&T or whatever carrier, because you could easily get the validation. I had never heard that. And I'm like, wow, that really told me Charlie's mindset. And my thought there was, good point, Andrew. You better be right that that text better really exist untampered.
Okay, Vinny.
Yeah. Well,
I really don't understand like what credence someone saying that they feel like the left is trying to kill them is supposed to give to what happened, because I just assume that he was speaking metaphorically, right? Because if Charlie actually felt like there was a real tangible threat on his life at this university, why would he go, right? So the only way you can really be taking that text seriously, as opposed to just what I assumed Andrew was trying to do, you know, at least like rhetorically, which was to just like, you can send a text about anything. It doesn't necessarily mean that you are establishing that like you have true knowledge about something, or that you're going to actually, you know, take action to accomplish something. Like Candace is always referring to texts where Charlie was talking bad about Israel or talking bad about the war or whatever, but that doesn't imply he was actually going to make that a visible part of his platform. I just assumed Andrew was doing the same thing about this text with the like Charlie being afraid of his afraid for his life because of like the left. If that was the case, and he still had the whole event, even knowing after an audit that his security was not very good, that would be incredibly stupid. But it's likely that he was just, you know, the left is going to kill me or something like that, unless you believe he's a psychic like Candace. And then, you know, that's something different, because if he's not a psychic, it's kind of just irrelevant. You can always say stuff like that, like doesn't mean anything really.
I'm going to piggyback off Tom's for Candace, besides the one that you're talking about, which I had to look, Tom, I looked it up and I kept Googling, and it was a great point because, mind you, let's just be honest, I don't think anybody is following the case and watching the hearings more than her. I don't. And another fact for her, for Candace, is she knew all 7 charges that were there.
Yeah.
Andrew didn't know any. And people
That's
could
so
say, yeah,
true.
but murder is the same as aggravated murder. It's absolutely not. One carries a death penalty, so that was good. And then I'm going with Tom. The fact that he's read a text saying that the left wants to kill me, like, and he made a good a point about burden of proof, like finding holes in the government's case doesn't automatically prove the theory. But if you're saying Tyler was a patsy, eventually you have to connect those dots with evidence. So I agree with him on that. But yeah, I think it was the charges, her name, her knowing him accusing her of using her phone, and then you reading it, and then her knowing all of them like that, not being on her phone, and then him not knowing one was a bad look. But I do.
Yeah, it was really embarrassing, especially like because it's only really knowing 7 things. Like he's trying to glaze her up for knowing 7 things. She knew 7 things. Like the rainbow is comprised in most people's minds of 7 colors. It's no different than that. But on the right, it's such a low bar for knowing facts that her just knowing 7 things, even though he should have assumed that she knew them, because she talks about the case all the time. It would have been impossible for her not to know it, but they can't help but like, it's so impressive. Candace knows 7 things that she talks about every day. Like, how could you think that she wouldn't?
Accusing
He really
her
lowered
of
the bar in that
using
debate.
her phone, and then you reading it, and then her knowing all of them like that, not being on her phone, and then him not knowing one was a bad look. But I do think him having a text saying they're trying to, he was talking to security, asking for how many people were involved, and then he said, hey, just to let you guys know, let security know their job is to protect one person, me. That's it. Which we could get into that later, Pat, about how then why they let anybody up there. But that's where I'm at.
They were bad at their job.
So you want to know what we liked or what we didn't like, or what?
Moments
Okay.
that may have changed your mind to say, hey, that was a good moment for Candace. That's a
Okay.
good question. That's a good moment for Andrew.
Well, I'll say this. Wow, is she confident? I respect her confidence, and just because you're confident doesn't mean you're right, though. In fact,
Fair point.
A sign that maybe you're too confident is maybe not having facts, but having a ton of feelings and vibes and intuition and mobby intuition. But just because you're confident doesn't mean that you're right. I do respect her confidence. Anyone that is ever looking to be more confident in anything, whether you're right or wrong, watch Candace. The challenge that she has is none of the facts add up.
She's the real demon.
The part that I liked about what Andrew did was at the end was he like, yeah, she's got nothing. It was 4 hours. How long was it? I watched the whole thing, and I'm waiting for like the shoe to drop, and I wait for his closing statement. And not the best salesperson, not the most likable guy, Andrew. He says that, but he's a very gifted debater. And I was
Oh, this is like bad debater identity politics. This is like loser debater identity politics. I was wondering like why Adam was riding so hard for him, even though like it's obvious what happened. And it's because Adam got embarrassed even worse by Dave Smith. Well, again, I can't say even worse because it was shorter. It was also a lot more, well, again, not more emasculating. I think Dave Smith took a lot more like hard shots at Adam, a lot more like vicious personal attacks. But the length of the debate between Candace and Andrew really overwhelms that. Like, I can only say that at the end of the day, Andrew got like blacked by Candace. Like, he was calling her swarthy as a way to like, you know, try to denigrate her personality or claim she's a criminal or whatever. But at the end of the day, if that's the case, he definitely got blacked raw by Candace on the PBD special debate. And it just comes across like that way if you're thinking objectively, especially if you're the kind of person like the PBD boys who are like impressionable, right? And I will even say to the conversation about like facts, that's another problem with not coming to a debate that has a lot of like intricate details in it, because then you can't really argue that she doesn't have the facts on her side, because again, to like the superficial viewer, she has tons of facts on her side. She knows so many details. When you're not in mastery of those details either, you really lower the bar for what constitutes the other person seeming like an expert, because you're not like evening the playing field. Like, well, we both have mastery of this set of like details about the case. Now let's just like really stick to what we both think that they mean, right? And when you don't have that mastery, you can't really like engage at that level. And so she just does appear more fact-based. He might be more aligned with what really happened, but that was more or less based on vibes. She is just using facts to come to the wrong conclusions, which is still being more fact-based. And so, you know, you kind of have to pick your poison when you're watching about what you prefer. Someone who you think is more aligned with reality, but making a really bad argument and therefore losing a debate. And someone who is using their mastery of facts to come to the wrong conclusion, either for profit or fun, right? And like, that's what we saw really. And it happens in a lot of debates between people who like debate conspiracy theories.
Andrew, he says that. But he's a very gifted debater. And
No
I
way.
was waiting for the moment where she got him, but she didn't. She has all intuition.
So who do you think won the debate?
If it was, if you're judging on style and on confidence, Candace. If you're judging on facts and evidence, then him. So it all depends on what you're looking for here.
Candace won. She got $300,000 for someone to come in her basement and talk
Thank
to her
you.
about a case. Candace is the winner. But you're
Thank
wrong
you.
about facts, and I understand like emotions and whatever. She knew the charges. She talked about the DNA. The photos were all blurry. The license plate, nothing. I mean, if you think about it, this is a hard thing to prove winner. But when somebody comes to your crib and pays you to come in there to talk to you, you're the winner.
Oh, no doubt. She made money from this. That doesn't mean you're the big winner, chicken dinner.
No, but
I disagree.
I think.
Who do you think won the debate? Forget the money. Who do you think won the debate?
I think Candace edged him out. Especially with Adam, because here's the thing. We like, unless you could prove without a reasonable doubt that this guy did it and other people were
Do you feel that way the moment we were in the bus talking, or do you feel that way now?
I've watched it twice now. Right. I think Andrew did very well. He's a great debater. But with everything happening, Vincent Oshana, still believes that in my heart of hearts, this dude did not act alone. Period. I think he was involved. I think Tyler Robinson was involved. But there's no way anybody, I don't care who walks in here, can prove to me that this dude, this random
by himself,
yeah.
Pat, George Zinn standing
I love
up,
that
all
you
of
just said that.
Yeah.
This dude stands up.
Who else?
I'm on the same
Tom.
page. This to me feels a lot like Kennedy. Was Lee Harvey Oswald there? Yes. Did the Carano, I believe it's called Carano carbine, did it fire 3 shots? Yes, it did. But did Oswald do all that, and were there not others? No. And so I don't think this guy acted alone.
See, like, reactionaries are already conspiracy addled. This was another reason why the debate was a bad idea, along with not having a mastery of the basic facts, because the right-wing audience, which I always say PBD and the PBD boys are both like, you know, examples of and purveyors of and consumers of the same kinds of misinformation that right-wingers love. They just love reactionary, like, conspiracy bullshit. They love things that make their brain feel extra wrinkly because it allows them to work from like first principles and privilege their own beliefs over like reality. And so it was a real uphill climb to try to convince right wingers who are addicted to like going down rabbit holes that this is not a rabbit hole worth going down, especially in an age of like mass dissatisfaction with mainstream media, with the GOP establishment, with like things that TPUSA represents. Like it was just always going to be a biased audience. And then you show up, and what Vinny said is an exact example I was talking about. You show up, and without a mastery of the basic facts, you can't say you have the facts on your side. You can only say that you believe you are right. And then argue like meta reasons, like logical fallacies and first level philosophy type things for why like you not knowing if the basic facts shouldn't matter. But that's not going to come across well.
Who do you put that one to debate?
I think Candace, moved me a little bit more toward not Patsy, but this guy didn't act alone. She moved me a little bit more. I was already on that road, moved me there. But I thought Andrew, in terms of my debate judgment, I just don't think he was as effective in the debate issue.
So the thing with the thing with selective hearing is anytime you want something to be right, for you to be like, I told you, I told you, that's it, like the earpiece, right? Can you play this clip? This went viral all over the place. Play this.
Good to see you, General Hall.
Yeah.
What's in that? What is that? What is that?
That's an earpiece.
Was that legal?
It's not like I'm out there saying big lie.
You see how he's touching his earpiece?
Yeah.
Was he wearing an earpiece?
100%.
He was.
Wait a minute.
100%.
What do you mean he was wearing an
Candace
earpiece?
have it too?
Are you ready?
Okay, go.
That's Candace's earpiece.
What does that mean?
They gave that earpiece to all of us.
So they had it too.
No, but wait a minute. Watch what just happened.
Yeah.
The market believes he had an earpiece of things being fed to us. That was an earpiece that Candace's producers gave. Candace gave him.
They hear everything.
gave
You guys
me.
behind the scenes.
So
Is she going to say that on air?
She would easily. I don't think she would have a problem.
Yeah.
I think she will. I don't think she has a problem with that. But that is their earpiece. Okay,
Yeah.
that is their earpiece.
Oh, this must have been recorded before Andrew tried to allege other people of cheating. They think that Candace might be like the shady one. Like, no, Andrew's the one coping about it. He's the one accusing people of cheating.
I think she will. I don't think she has a problem with that. But that is their earpiece. Okay, that is
yeah,
their
because she's
earpiece.
a real
Again,
production
remember,
staff.
if you truly want something to be right, you're automatically going to go look for anything to say, I told you. No, that was their earpiece. It was a very professional earpiece that they handed us, which I think was actually,
What was the earpiece for?
because there is no audio for us to watch the clips.
Oh,
like
gotcha.
you see how
So
I'm
like how we're
sitting-
wearing headphones?
Yeah. So
How you're wearing an earpiece right
that
now?
They don't scream like you scream. So they keep a
She literally mentioned it in the debate. It's almost like people didn't like really pay attention to it. But you'll recall in a debate when they're playing a clip, she tells PBD that she'll have to tell her what the clip says because it's not feeding through her earpiece right now. So like they've already addressed the earpiece. Candace addressed it immediately, but she addressed it because Andrew Wilson was the one accusing her of like being fed answers because it took her longer than he thought was appropriate to come up with the 7 charges against Charlie because he thought he had her in a gotcha.
because there is no audio for us to watch the clips.
Oh,
like
gotcha.
you see how
So
I'm
like how we're
sitting-
wearing headphones?
Yeah. So
How you're wearing an earpiece right
that
now?
They don't scream like you scream, so they
sorry.
keep a little bit lower. So
He's a loud bastard.
They
Yeah.
had- because my ears are blown up with you screaming today, but I had to lower the audio. No, but they put this earpiece, so when you're listening to the clips from the back, that's not somebody feeding him
Tired of
anything.
Adam.
Okay, while that's going on.
Okay.
Number 2, there were 3 people in the back that they both negotiated, and Candace and Andrew. Candace is like, fact check anything. Send anything. There was no restrictions on the fact checking. That happened. Fact check anything, send the clips, do whatever you want while you're showing those clips. The other part is like, this is the conversation I have with Ben Shapiro as well. And guys like Ben Shapiro and Andrew Wilson have to ask themselves this question. There's 2 things. There is finding people who agree with you, then there is converting. So you're going into this. Candace's live stream is hitting what? 220,000, 250,000, close to 300,000. 3.5 million people watched it on just her channel for 24 hours. On our channel, 1.5 million. This thing got hundreds of millions of views on Facebook, Instagram. This is probably a multi-billion view debate that took place. If you collect what? The TikTok clips, Vinny, if you collect Instagram, everywhere, it's a couple billion views.
Yeah.
Okay, it was
It's a real nightmare for
trending
that
on X
guy.
for 48 hours. If your job is to convert, and you say all women are retards, you're kind of automatically,
That's
that whole
what Andrew Wilson said, you're saying.
If you watch a debate,
Yeah.
when
All
Candace
of them are
says,
retarded.
you said this about Erica Kirk, and he says, no, that's not just Erica Kirk. I believe that about all women. Okay, guess what you're not doing? You're probably not converting anybody, and you're only talking to your base. So the most important data to look at wasn't who won the debate. Of course, that's important to ask on different platforms. I think on the podcast at the end, the number was 52-48. Was that what it was, 52-48?
saw it, yeah.
Andrew Wilson was on the podcast. But
What do you mean 52-48?
Who won the debate?
Yeah.
But on
So it's
X,
basically 50-50.
Not on X, it's 68% Candace. So you can run that poll in different places and get different results. And by the way, on X, it had 151,000 people that voted for it. So that part is taking place. But to me, when Andrew came in, he is obviously the more guy that does structured debates as he's going through it. Like, he knows how to do structured debates. And at the beginning, when I asked the question, I said, what is the percentage, 0 to 100%, that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk?
Or something, right?
He said 75%, and she said what? 0, right?
Well,
And-
that's where she lost me.
right. And again,
You're going to say 0%?
but that's the point.
0?
I understand, but that's her position, and she loses guys like you.
What? 0?
Adam, both.
At least say 1%.
But you know how many people that are
0%
you know how many
Tyler
people
Robinson?
you know how many people that are part
Oh
of
my
Charlie Kirk were
God,
upset
this
that
is like-
Andrew Wilson.
Adam is like the disruptive kid in class. Tom had to whisper to him, "Stop screaming. Stop screaming, Adam. You're blowing out our eardrums. Adam, please stop talking."
But that's the point.
He can't help
0?
himself. He's nervous.
I understand, but that's her position, and she loses guys like you.
What? 0?
Adam, both.
At least say 1%.
But you know how many people that are
0%
you know how many
Tyler
people,
Robinson?
you know how many people that are part of Charlie Kirk were upset that Andrew Wilson said 75%, not 100%. That's the same way that you're saying 0. Some people are like, why wouldn't he say 100%?
Sir, respectfully, there's a big difference between
I-
75%, which means more than likely,
I
and
understand.
0%, which gives you 0 wiggle room.
I understand what
What's
you're
going to happen
saying.
when the actual
Then I
trial
asked-
starts, not a random
I asked-
debate?
Adam, what are you doing?
I'm sorry.
Then I asked Candace.
Oh, this is hard to watch. Adam, what are you doing? He's getting animated because, like, the last time he was in a debate, he lost so poorly. Although I will say, they've done studies to ask people what they feel like, what percentage they feel like corresponds to beyond a reasonable doubt. And if I'm not mistaken, I'm just going to Google it really quickly. Basically 2/3 of people believe it needs to be over 90%. And so for the purposes of what Andrew was actually saying, to not have your belief over 90% that Tyler Robinson did it, but to still claim that you have like an overwhelming confidence in it, beyond a reasonable doubt or whatever, is just, it doesn't correspond to what like most people in the audience will think of as like beyond a reasonable doubt, especially in a case that involves like a death penalty, especially if they're already not on your side or they're conspiracy like curious, right? They're Candace curious. And so for the purpose of like honestly, what a lot of people think in terms of what constitutes reasonable doubt, there really is no difference between like 0 and 75% for the purposes of voting like guilty or not guilty. Because if you're not over 90%, the majority of people would say that you're at 0% for the purposes of the law. And so I don't think that Candace saying 0% actually made her look that bad, because it made her seem very confident, where him not saying 100 made him seem both not fully confident and also not really even reaching the minimum that like the majority of people who think of like the standard for judging people guilty in a court of law, which is what this case was about, considers to be overwhelming. And so that 75% number, that was just him. And I think when PBD says that Andrew likes structure, I think he just means that Andrew likes to use a lot of like words that indicate that he knows how an argument's supposed to be structured, or how, propositions fit into inferences and stuff like that. But it doesn't really matter. And ultimately, he doesn't understand how people are going to perceive that stuff, including like this particular talking point. And so I think he thought it made him seem more sophisticated because he wasn't 100% sure. But it actually just made him seem like, oh, no, you're just not sure at all. Like you just don't know. Where 0% made her seem sure. To someone like who's always trying to seem smart and be fence city like PBD because he's concerned about what the market thinks, it makes you seem too confident. But that's not how it's going to be received from people who are thinking, I think, a little bit more like subjectively and not like high level, I'm a business guy.
So I said, Candace, can anything...
Oh, Adam is like a real shitbag. He's going to be out. Or he would be if people didn't love it.
Some people are like, why wouldn't he say 100%?
Sir, respectfully, there's a big difference between 75%, which means more than likely, and 0%, which gives you zero wiggle room.
I understand
what's going to happen when the actual trial starts, not a random debate.
Adam, what are you doing?
I'm sorry.
Then I asked Candace, I said, Candace, can anything change your mind? She said, yes. If something happens today, I would be the first one to say it. That's good for her to say something like that, right? And then a couple other things in regards to the fingerprint. Yeah, that was an interesting back and forth. The part about her reaching out and Tulsi Gabbard's team doesn't get back to them, why don't you? Why don't you? Like, let's just say if I'm running a department in the White House and I have a big position and one of the biggest podcasters sends a message saying someone's trying to take her out, whether there's a less than 1% chance, what are the chances I'm not going to have Tom just call and just have a conversation with her? What, to tell me what if something like that happens to us, you don't think I would send somebody from our team to drop a call and say, can you just call Candace and see if everything's okay? You don't think we would do that? We did a million different things. You don't think Tulsi Gabbard knew about that email? Just drop the call. Why don't you make the call? You know, so imagine if something did happen to Candace right afterwards, and that email is documented that was sent, and Candace is willing to give you names and stuff. You don't want to call? Whether you believe her or not, it's one of the bigger podcasters in America. I think you should call. They didn't make the call.
You're saying that Tulsi Gabbard
you remember that part? Remember that part?
Pay attention, Adam. Pay attention.
Make that phone call. So the earpiece, BS, all the conspiracy people that wanted that thing to be right, that's Candace's earpiece team that gave it to them.
That's fair.
Let me just go through my stuff. I'm going to give you guys thoughts to respond. The retarded comment, if you're in the business of converting, you have to understand your job is to baptize. If you're trying to get people into thinking your way and giving them this much doubt, probably not a good idea to come to the people and you wanted to convert and say you guys are retarded. It's not a good idea. The woman comment, and then what else you got? Phone. Oh, when Candace handed me the phone, that was such a weird moment. I'm like, okay, here, look at my phone.
That was so awesome.
I'm like, listen, I don't want to look at your phone. She says, no, you can look at my phone. So she answered, go look at my Signal messages. And while I'm looking at this phone, in my mind, you guys know this is such a, we do this here on the podcast. Yeah. When you hand me the phone, I just wanted to say, Benjamin Netanyahu, call me after the podcast. I wanted to say, you're doing great work. I just wanted, but then I said, it's not appropriate to do it right now. But when the phone was handed for me to read the text, you know, there was nothing there. There was nothing for you to see with Signal and X. And look, the level of intensity for something like this is so high when you're sitting there. Of course, tensions are going to be high. You got to give credit. Candace was cool, just stood there, did her thing. And Andrew, this is optics. This is purely optics. The leg moving like this nonstop and all that stuff. And by the way, he has that temperament anyways. That's his personality. So for people that don't know him, you know, people who don't know him, they realize, like, that is his personality. You know who I will say won? Here's who I will say won. I will never give my opinion on who won publicly because that's not the job of a moderator. That's the job of everybody else to go out there and say. So once you're in that situation, it's me undermining the two people that are the number one product for them to come to their part. I give my thoughts. But I'm going to say this. I think both of them won, and I'll tell you why they won. Forget about the financial stuff. There was a bunch of things we had to do. By the way, this thing almost didn't happen until last minute.
Remember.
It was nasty. Lawyers going back and forth. I'm in the email chain while we're going back and forth. Calls, what about this, what about that? They made it work. They actually made it work. But I think Candace won because she got the money and she presented her argument. And in an area where she conceded, she says, I don't know why you're playing this video. I already conceded to you. And I said, yeah, I was wrong. And she did that. So that was good for her to do that. And I think she got in front of an audience and moved some people that probably don't watch her content. Remember, baptizing is key. Baptizing is key. And I think Andrew Wilson won because, let me explain it to you how much he won. And I think he won more than Candace won.
Okay.
And my argument's going to be very, very weird. You ready?
Okay, yeah.
You ready? Give me exact what you think. Total eyeballs. Matter of fact, can you ask this on ChatGPT or one of these?
Damn. he's really going to have to spin this one. Is it going to be he won because he got embarrassed in front of a lot of people? I don't think that's a victory, PBD. PBD has that kind of like, there's no such thing as bad publicity argument that he's trying to make. That is not true, brother. That is not true, brother.
Total eyeballs. Matter of fact, can you ask this on ChatGPT or one of these guys? Can you give me a rough estimate of how many total views the Candace Owens, Andrew Wilson debate got if we combine all the clips on YouTube, all the clips on X, all the clips on Instagram, all the clips on TikTok, all the clips on Facebook, all the clips on every social media site of other people reacting to it, not just the fact that Candace's live stream had 250,000, we had 75,000, and his own had 30,000, the amount of subscribers. Give me total amount of viewership that this debate got all in, whether it's a short clip to the viral
tell us how many
clips,
people saw him getting
all of it.
fucked.
What do you think that number is? I want to know what that number you think it is, Vinny. Remember, at one point within a 24-hour period, there was 150,000 posts just about this debate on X. How many total views you think it got?
The entire debate on all platforms.
Everything combined. I have a guesstimation of what I think it is. Give me a number what you think it is. You think it had 500 million views?
I think it was over 500
Tom, what would you say?
views.
You're a numbers guy.
And it's still
Some
going.
would say you're a bigger numbers guy than me. So what would you say as a numbers guy?
You better scream, Tom.
Give me a number.
Grand total.
Like Adam.
Grand total. All in. From a small clip that a regular YouTuber posted that got 88 views.
They are like really digging it in. Like Andrew Wilson somewhere like chain smoking, foot shaking, his wife berating him from the other room for embarrassing their family name. And he's like watching this video recounting just how many people saw him get embarrassed. So crazy. Like, I love how they think this is a victory. I love how they think getting embarrassed in front of tons of people is a victory because like you're exposing them to your brand.
Views. Versus somebody that put a reaction. Can you just type in on YouTube?
I'll tell you what I think.
Type in Candace, Andrew Wilson. Just type
Yeah, I
in
hope my
Candace,
video
Andrew
comes up.
Wilson. What do you think the number is?
As of right now,
As of right now, and to go to filter
I
popularity.
think if you put everything in there, how can this thing not be a couple 100 million views?
Okay, so give me a low number, Tom.
200.
200 million views. Your high number is
I'm
what?
going high. I'm going almost 500 million. And mind you, it's this week. By the end of this week, it'll hit 500 million.
You're adding
Easy
everything
so
up
check
that
this
was
out.
flipped.
You ready,
TikTok.
Tom?
Yeah.
You ready, Tom? How much is a 30-second commercial for Super Bowl to get in front of 100 million people for only 30 seconds?
5 million. 7 million?
Can you pull up the ChatGPT and ask the
Is
question?
it more? Did it go
How
up?
much is it?
I thought we had crossed 10 million a minute.
How much
so
is
that
a
would be
Super Bowl 30-second Super Bowl commercial? Watch
Six,
this.
Tom?
Depends on where it is, but in the Super Bowl, not one of those preliminaries.
8?
I think it increased.
8 million. So
no,
check this
and
out.
a handful of
30
premiums have
seconds.
sold. Yeah, I thought
10
we were
million.
over 10
But let's just say 8 million. For how long? For 30 seconds.
30 seconds.
The guys, if you use the lower number and we just say 100 million times 2 is 200 million, 8 million times 2 is 16 million, this guy spent $300,000 and got somewhere between 50 to $200 million of ad viewership.
Great point.
So guess what?
He's a big winner.
My wife at home says, who was the guy? I never seen him before. My dad says, I've never. Most people, his YouTube channel only had 180, 200,000 subs.
Yeah.
Very good, eloquent. I've had him on. He's been on Rogan a couple times. So he's getting the momentum. I think Andrew Wilson won because for everybody that says, what an idiot to give $300,000, I think it's the same story as Kanye spent $7 million on an ad for Super Bowl and sold $25 million of merch. I think Andrew Wilson won because overnight now everybody knows who he is.
Yeah.
Very simple. So from the business
Okay.
standpoint,
Great point.
Andrew Wilson made a lot more than $300,000.
To a young person who is very uninformed, says,
I will say though, I mean, they're not wrong. If you expose yourself to enough people online, irrespective of the quality of your content, some people will like it. You can never account for taste. However, I do think the analogy falls apart though, because usually when people buy a Super Bowl commercial, they spend a lot of time preparing that Super Bowl commercial to give the best impression of their brand possible to maximize adoption, right? Because you want to get like that like brand funnel. You want to go from like lack of awareness to like trial to like user to like consistent user, like evangelist, stuff like that. So you put your best foot forward. So he kind of wasted some of that money still, because instead of preparing properly, he actually just came very unprepared. And so a lot of the adoption he could have gotten, he squandered by seeming foolish, right? And so even if you accept this argument, which is, hey, fair, people pay other people for collaborations all the time, he still kind of shot himself in the foot by not doing the kind of preparation that would make him have the best argument for why you might want to subscribe to his like content, right? Because had he done that, he might have converted even more people, right? So, in this particular version of events, it doesn't really matter how good of a debater he is, how good that he does, because it's just important to get people and, get in front of people. And then some of those people will just have like low standards by necessity, right? Just by nature of existing, they'll have low standards. And so, yeah, like you might win those people.
Paid a lot more than $300,000.
To a young person who is very uninformed, says, why is Candace and the Gladiator guy doing that debate about Charlie?
The Gladiator. That kind of got a Russell Crowe vibe.
Go ahead.
Well, the reason I agree with you is this.
I don't know
There's
about
levels
that.
to this thing. So if you didn't know who Andrew Wilson was, he's very big in the manosphere or in like the red pill content.
Yeah.
He's on whatever. Then you have political content, which is a little bit bigger. Then you have pop cultural content. And people always ask me, what happened with Candace? What happened with Candace? This is my opinion. I think she said political content is declining. But you know what's not declining? Conspiracy theories, murder mysteries, pop culture. Jeffrey Dahmer's the #1 show on Netflix. So like a Scooby-Doo type thing. She's like, I'm going to follow the crowd. And you win the crowd, you win your freedom. And I actually respect that. I don't respect the methodology which she's doing it, which is basically trampling on a widow's, on a widow and her kids.
So,
but I respect the fact what her game plan is.
Guess what? Then TPUSA, sue her. Then
They're
TPUSA,
probably considering it.
Do something.
Well, did you see the part where he asked her point blank, will you say on camera right now that Erica Kirk or TPUSA were involved in the murder? She said, I won't say that.
It's a lawsuit, but she's already said it a couple
But
other times.
she's already insinuated so many times. That's the challenge I have.
But listen.
Did she not say straight to jail? Straight to jail.
It's
a monopoly joke.
There's not a lot of things. There's not a lot of, because right now, nothing matters more than Charlie Kirk to me. Nothing.
I love that you just said that.
Nothing matters more to me than Charlie. My loyalty, and by the way, just so everybody says, all you guys did it for money. Just so you know, they offered to pay me to go. Let me, just so the audience knows, this is the part nobody knows. I didn't take a penny for this thing. How much you think the PJ costs? How much is jet fuel to go there and back, Tom? $50,000?
And it wasn't a small jet.
But
you know what I'm saying?
But you don't understand. We didn't take the money. We didn't take any money. I didn't say, hey, Candace, you got to pay us. Or they offered. Andrew's like, no, we're going to pay you full cost, whatever you need. Don't worry about it. I don't need the money. To me, it's
private
Charlie Kirk.
jet.
I want this thing to be done, and let's find out what happened and moved on. Because his kids are the ones that are going to have to, for the rest of their lives. I remember one time I had Bobby Kennedy there, and we started talking about his dad. And he wrote a book about it. And nobody studied that more. And I don't know if people know or not, Bobby was a drug addict for 14 years. After what happened to his dad, you guys know he was a heavy heroin user. Did you know that?
Heroin?
You didn't know this? He openly talks about.
I know he's had some health issues.
Bobby Kennedy.
Heroin?
You seriously didn't know?
I didn't know he was doing
he
heroin.
He is openly talking.
Here we are talking about Hunter Biden.
Are you kidding me? When you lose your.
First of all, like, Adam doesn't know anything. If it's not about, like, I don't know, running interference for the Donald Trump Epstein coalition or the Iran war, Adam doesn't know it.
I
know he's had some health issues.
Bobby Kennedy.
Heroin?
You seriously didn't know?
I didn't know he was doing
he
heroin.
He is openly talking.
Here we are talking about Hunter Biden.
Are you kidding me? When you lose your father, who was supposed to be the president, and he's your hero, and your uncle, they get killed. Go ahead and go grow up and be an average person. My concern are his kids. That's my number one concern. And number two, TPUSA still being an eyeball to young men. They're not doing that today.
That's true.
They're not doing that today. That's the priority for me. So all this stuff that happened here, all the conversations that we're having, I think, hopefully We're going to see how TPUSA reacts to it. And FYI, to the hospitality part.
Oh, is that why he did it for free, you think? To kind of ingratiate himself with TPUSA? It was a little bit of a, why don't I do this one for you for free? And then next time, TPUSA, you need somebody to be a mentor for like the next generation of young male leaders on college campus. You call PBD. You don't call this Andrew Wilson guy. I get it. PBD is like a very classic kind of business guy. And so whatever your dad tells you he thinks is a good way for you to get a job, PBD probably thinks it is too. And PBD is a big fan of the like do work for free because then they'll hire you later mentality.
Everybody in the studio working with Candace, respectful, very easy to work with. Everybody working with Andrew Wilson's people, they were also very respectful. We were in a group text because I'm grouped them. They don't realize they're not used to our speed. I'm like, hey, guys, get this ready. Oh, shit, Pat's texting while he's doing the live. While I'm sitting there. The funniest meme I saw, there was a lot of funny things that I saw there. This guy named Nasser posted this, and he said, used car salesman sells mixed race couple a 2009
Charger. 32% APR. That's like your Mitsubishi Eclipse.
It is.
Yeah. This does look like one of those episodes of like House Hunters where like Patrick is the real estate agent and this is like a couple with a huge budget that have like dubious jobs because in reality they're just like micro landlords who are doing Airbnb. Like me and my husband are moving overseas to Tehran and Patrick Bet David is going to be our realtor. We have a budget of $4,000 per month. I'm a dog walker and my wife is a conspiracy theorist online.
32% APR. That's like your Mitsubishi Eclipse.
It is.
That's
and I
hilarious.
responded back and I said, this is slander. I would never sell a Dodge. I'm Team Ford all day long. By the way, go a little bit lower. Somebody posted a picture, which is a better one. This is the picture. Zoom in on this picture. Click on the picture, please. This is what it would be.
What do I need to do to get you guys in this debate today?
That's pretty good, yeah. That's exactly the vibe.
I think legitimately, one.
Who's this?
I think the audience was served very well.
Yep.
I think, and I know you would never admit this, I think that you were the big winner because I know you, and I think in the marketplace,
glaze them up, Adam. Glaze them up.
Trust and credibility, your score increased. I think there's a lot of people that maybe never saw PBD do something like this, and I know your instinct said this is not about me, this is about them. I'm assuming that's why you sat kind of further back. I think the marketplace said, "Wow, that's the guy that needs to host these types of debates."
Probably the best compliment I got is from Candace fans telling me you were fair, and Andrew Wilson fans saying you were fair because both
he was
sides
fair.
were kind of like saying this.
He
is
barely
gonna be,
said anything.
And remember, guys, for some of the people who are like, "Well, I would have moderated this way" and all that stuff. You don't know what they agreed on.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like people realize, like this. Like we do a moderation with the gubernatorial candidates. That was an easy boom, 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 boom. I'm controlling it. But there was certain things they agreed in the contract or lack of proper business agreement that they did that didn't give a lot of power for Andrew to go, and that's part of the deal. And so I don't want to get into details. They could have done a better job negotiating for him to have been able to push where some moments she didn't answer the question because they didn't negotiate that. So that's the part where you're like, why did she say this? Listen, negotiate better. Negotiate better. And that was his ask. His ask was for him to be in the defense that there was overwhelming evidence that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to get into details because that's their business if they do so. But
do you guys feel bad for Tyler Robinson?
Why
would I feel bad?
No, because and I'm not even joking. If there's a 0% chance that he was the killer, as Candace claimed, that means that he's an innocent man who's in jail right now.
That's what it would mean, Adam. You figured it out. That was the whole question behind the debate. Yeah, overwhelming evidence, but he's only 75-ish% sure, and he doesn't know any of the charges. Who can imagine why he lost the debate in the minds of the people watching, right? Like, I mean, to me, it seemed like he lost the debate, honestly, right in the beginning when he said 75% and then couldn't even, like, move past the fingerprint point in a way that didn't seem to entail him losing a lot of face with the audience. I think PBD did fine. He barely said anything except towards the end to ask those questions, which were better questions than Andrew was asking. And I guess we don't know the details of what went on behind the scenes. Candace has only said that the only thing she denied of their request was essentially when Andrew wanted to do like that deposition of her, which is I get to ask you questions and you can only answer in the way that I say you can answer, yes or no, because that's the only way my argument can work and flourish. And of course she would say no to that because that's like a common tactic that right wingers employ when they don't have any real good arguments. And frankly, the moment he asked that of her, she probably understood that he wasn't going to be able to defeat her. And that gave her a lot of confidence, because if you need to put those artificial boundaries on a conversation, but you're also agreeing to pay the other person $300,000 and sit down with them in person without like agreeing to that particular thing, you're really dumb, because obviously you needed it and she knew you needed it. She told you no, you still sat down, and she defeated you because that was like your only tactic. And yeah, bad idea, another bad idea. He lost the debate before he even sat down.
That he's an innocent man who's in jail right now.
Oh, and no smoking,
and that's
too.
a challenge that I have, is that if he is innocent, there's an innocent man sitting in jail right now whose family and lover has turned him in. So I'm a little confused right now.
Andrew Wilson said, if your son was wrongly convicted of killing somebody, wouldn't you as parents come out and keep saying, hey, you know, this is not fair? You typically would see this. And we have not seen this. The parents are saying, no, he killed.
That's the challenge I have.
And again, this is why this allows the audience to go and do their own research and be a follow-up.
That's fine.
So great. So let's see what happens.
And I'll just end it right here. The 0% thing is what I have a problem with. If she said 1%, I'll say at least you're giving yourself an out.
Yeah.
0%, you're saying Tyler Robinson is the killer? Maybe we're all due.
Which I don't listen, I don't agree with, but my point, and a lot of people are making, he is involved for sure. I don't know the percent, because guess what? There's still a trial, and like I said,
Candace doesn't know
here's
the
my
percent.
question.
She still said 0. What do you think?
being honest.
You were there.
None of us have been following the trial at all. Zero. Have you sat there and watched any of it, Adam? No.
I've watched a lot of it, yes.
You've watched all the preliminary hearings and the...
He's lying.
I've watched a lot of
He's
it.
lying.
So what was the most
Oh, he's
compelling
lying.
thing for you that you think it was Tyler Robinson? What was the number one thing that stood out for you?
There's so much evidence out here.
Oh man, this is why he identified so strongly with Andrew. There's no way he actually watched any of the trial or recalls it actually, but he still finds himself adopting this position where he's going to be forced to admit he doesn't know a single charge. Why do yourself like this? He already gave you the out. He said none of us are watching this. Oh man, this is going to be hard. This is going to be hard. You think he's going to actually demonstrate knowledge of this, or he's going to Andrew Wilson it?
Hearings and the
I've watched a lot of the.
So what was the most compelling thing for you that you think it was Tyler Robinson? What was the number one thing that stood out for you?
There's so much evidence
give
out
me-
here.
give me one.
Here's the question: what is the evidence that you have that it's the?
It's like a fucking deja vu moment. It's literally the exact same thing. It is literally the exact same thing. Deja vu.
That you think it was Tyler Robinson. What was the number one thing that stood out for you?
There's so much evidence out here.
Give me one.
Here's the question: what is the evidence that you have that it's the French Legion, that it's Israeli propaganda, that it's Egyptian
because-
planes?
hold on.
There's a million more evidence.
You didn't answer my.
Hear me out.
A million more evidence.
There's a million more evidence that it's Tyler Robinson, other than any other conspiracy theory out there.
Can I ask you a
You think
question?
it's his exploding microphone?
No, could I ask you a question?
Is it the video? Is it the admission? Is it?
And again,
is it everything that they brought
a
up?
question, and you're just
I've
going
just
to
brought
try
up
to talk
everything.
over me because I
Go
asked
ahead.
you
Go
a
ahead.
question. I don't think that you sat there and watched, unless you're home, sitting at home watching all this. My thing is this: questioning the official narrative, and he brought up JFK and RFK and everybody. JFK, the president of the United States, was murdered in front of everybody 62 years ago, okay? And the guy that, Adam, now with all the documents that were released less than a year ago, CIA involved, Lyndon B. Johnson involved, all these guys, and the guy that shot him, Lee Harvey Oswald, said out loud, I am a patsy. And what happened to him, Adam? In the basement of the Dallas jail, he's shot by Jack.
Let's live in reality today, not in
hold on. Do me
1963.
a favor, because I just want to, my point is being, he was shot in the stomach by Jack Rubenstein, and then Jolly West, a CIA, MK Ultra research guy, goes in, talks to him. He says, put a needle in me, and he lost his mind. So are you ready for this? That's 62 years ago. Now we're just finding out, oh my God, wait, the CIA and all these people did it? So to act like this can't be some crazy people involved.
Yeah, that was Jack Ruby's full name. He called him by his like full government.
All these people did it. So to act like this can't be some crazy people involved, because here's my point. Pat's an entrepreneur, right, Pat? You know everything, and Tom as well, anything that has to do about the profession, meaning hiring, scaling, acquisition, negotiation, selling. You are a pro at this. Hands down, you and Tom are the best that I've ever seen do it. When you're in the business of assassination, Adam, guess what you're really good at? Killing and covering your tracks and getting away with it and having this big umbrella of it happened with JFK. Don't throw it away that, hold on, living in reality. They killed the sitting president in front of everybody, and everybody knows now all the people involved, but they're all dead. So we can't do anything. So when I say I believe, I'm not getting into schematics, Adam, because I haven't seen all the stuff because the trial hasn't happened. What I'm saying is all the little stuff of digging up the place where he was shot, getting rid of him there and cleaning the thing, and George Zinn, who, by the way, obstruction of justice, the moment Charlie was shot, you mean to tell me this dude knew to stand up, because he said when he was arrested, I did it to let the killer get away. Think about that.
Is he on trial?
And I love that you just said that. I hope this guy gets brought in.
I mean, honestly, even him asking, is he on trial, kind of reveals he hasn't watched any of the preliminaries. Because if you watched all of the trial, wouldn't you know if he's on trial? Wouldn't you know if he's a witness? Wouldn't you know if they've referenced it in the evidentiary hearings? Wouldn't you know if he's mentioned in any of the documents? Wouldn't you know? I hope they get back to like what evidence he takes from the trial. Like, that was so funny that he actually just found himself in that exact same dynamic that occurred in the debate for no reason.
No, and I love that you just said that. I hope this guy gets brought into that courtroom, and hey, who told you? Because he told people in the hospital, yeah, I was supposed to get paid for doing it, but nobody paid me. Those nurses, those medical professionals, this is a big freaking case that none of us, Adam, you're saying that you watched it. There is so much evidence and stuff. Yeah. You can't say anything. Your question to me was
whether I've watched 10 hours or 100 hours is irrelevant to me. That's exactly saying how much Epstein coverage have you followed?
A lot. A lot.
Okay. So am I questioning how much you've researched Epstein?
No, but you question a lot during the how many podcasts have we had where you're like, it's not even a big, who cares? Whatever. Move on.
I don't understand. What's your point?
Yeah, obfuscating Adam. That's what they call him. APAC Adam, obfuscating Adam. Epstein, it's not a big deal. Move on. You can't do anything about it. What's a few children? It's the president. It's Donald Trump. He's my friend. Iran war, give them whatever they want. Lebanon deserves it. Who cares? Who cares? Like, that's Adam on a nutshell. He's pinned down on this evidence thing. Who cares if I watch 10 hours or 100 hours? That's a big difference. That's like a magnitude of 10 difference. Oh, I guess, yeah, like it's a pretty big difference, right? Like 10 hours or 100 hours.
How we're like, it's not even a big, who cares? Whatever, move on.
I don't understand. What's your point?
What's my point?
You haven't made a point.
When it came to Epstein and stuff, you're like, it doesn't really matter. Who gives a damn?
But you're asking me about Tyler Robinson.
I'm asking you about.
I believe that that's the murderer. And if you show me evidence that it's anything else,
okay,
bring me actual evidence. Not George Zinn standing out there, not an Egyptian plane, not an Israeli conspiracy theory. You know what I always find funny about the Israeli conspiracy theory?
I didn't say anything.
Oh, no one said anything about Israel. No one said anything about Israel in this clip except for me, and he's bringing up Israel. You know what I find suspicious? He's doing the Netanyahu thing where he comes out right after Charlie is killed. He's like, you know what I think is crazy about all these Israel killed Charlie conspiracies that everyone's throwing around right now? It's like, no one's saying anything about Israel, Adam. What are you talking about? This is so crazy. Adam has found himself against the wall about this, even though he wasn't even in the debate, right? But this is a mistake that a lot of people make when it comes to arguing against conspiracy theories too. And I mentioned it before. It's that because they think they're aligned with the official position, they don't have to look into it enough to actually be able to argue it. They just assume they can argue it because it's the official position and I believe it, right? Where conspiracy theories, because they don't believe it, they just, by nature of that, dig into it more. It's like anything else. It's like people who have any kind of other diet, or any kind of diet, whether it's vegetarian or keto or whatever, tend to have like better outcomes with their health because they pay attention to the thing. If you're just a mindless consumer, whether it's of narratives that are true or false, you just aren't looking into it in any depth. And so even if you're like a vegan or keto or paleo, you're at least like paying attention to it more, like what you're consuming. And he's just like a mindless consumer. Okay, let's hear him defend Israel, then we'll get out of here.
actual evidence, not George Zinn standing out there, not an Egyptian plane, not an Israeli conspiracy theory. You know what I always find funny about the Israeli conspiracy theory?
I didn't say anything about that.
I'm saying this. You know what I always find funny? What book have I been reading for the past? I've read it again now, which is Stop in the Name of God, Observing the Sabbath, How It Changed Your Life. You're telling me that Charlie Kirk, who spent the last year of his life writing a book about the Jewish Sabbath, is going to automatically flip on Israel? Not buying that. By the way, you know what would be so simple? Rather than eliminating Charlie Kirk, just eliminate the people that are actually sowing discord and chaos in the marketplace. Why would you take out your best free agent? That makes no sense to me.
Charlie
so
loved
to me,
Israel.
all these stories, we've talked about signal versus noise at this company for 2 years now. A lot of noise, a lot of BS, no actual evidence. That's the challenge I have.
Well,
Let's go to the next story. Let's go to the next story. And again, this sparks the conversation.
Things got heated
and
there.
People talk about it. And hopefully as we're going through this, even Vinny, if they show proof at the end that Tyler Robinson is charged, kind of like Luigi Mangione. If he comes out and like, do you believe Luigi Mangione killed?
He confessed.
So if Tyler Robinson confesses, do you
Absolutely.
believe it? So if Tyler
Robinson goes, I killed him,
comes out and said, I killed him, you say it's done. Forget about it. He killed him.
Not forget about it. Did he work with other people?
No. If he comes out,
I think it's silly to believe in MK Ultra, but then to also believe a confession. Why would you believe in MK Ultra, but then also believe that confessions are legitimate? Do you just not know what MK Ultra is?
Robinson goes, I killed him.
Comes out and said, I killed him. You say it's done. Forget about it. He killed him.
Not forget about it. Did he work with other people?
No. If he comes out and he says, I pulled the trigger, I killed Charlie, are you done?
Yeah, of course. If Tyler Robinson comes out.
Similar to Mangione, because Mangione just came out. I just want to preface this because this is the part where some people, remember, Vinny, the moment I said earpiece, you said, oh my God.
I saw it. I didn't. I saw
but
the
you
earpiece.
jumped to conclusion thining there's something there.
No, you said, is it an earpiece? Of
Vinny,
course I'm going to say he has an earpiece because I saw him playing in his ear.
That's not the point. That what I'm in the middle here of what I'm trying to, because my number one priority is what?
Charlie Kirk.
Charlie
Who
Kirk.
killed him? Who was in on it?
That's my number one priority.
Yeah.
It's my number. I showed up and didn't ask for a penny because I don't want people to say he got paid. Because I get paid $350 to speak for 1 hour to $500,000. That's my speaking fee today. I don't do. And we flew out. We asked for nothing. Not the hotel rooms, not the flight, not the food, nothing. I don't want any of it.
Yep.
Because we went for Charlie. And by the way, you made the money back. We have not. Yeah. Just so you know, all in costs. We have not. No. Exposure, fine. All that stuff, you can make that case. I went because we made a
what is this about again?
Henry made a tribute for Charlie Kirk that we're going to play at the Vault conference.
Really?
Oh, man.
The room's going to be in those people who were at the Vault last year, who are in the room that we share this together, that moment when Tony Robbins is on stage going like this, nobody knows Charlie was shot and killed. This is happening while Tony's on stage going like this. Tony has no clue what's going on. He hasn't checked his phone.
No. I disagree. I think he knows.
6,000 people in that room jumping up and down with Tony. And then we have to come up on stage and Tom gets on his knees and drops that prayer. And you give me the signal and you ain't Kelly. I'm like, what are you talking about? And I'm like, I'm confused at this point, right?
Yeah.
So Charlie's my priority. But to me,
that's a real, we interrupt this song to tell you that the Queen Elizabeth has died moment.
This point, right?
Yeah.
So Charlie's my priority. But to me, it's also realizing if you have your own biases, your own bias to say, I want that to be right, you're only going to see this. You won't give any attention to this. So you know what's the most important data? Who that thought Tyler Robinson is not the killer that Andrew Wilson changed their mind? What percentage? And who that thought Tyler Robinson is the killer, Candace Owens changed her mind, says he's not. It could be a patsy. That's the only number that matters. We ran that poll, actually. Can you pull up that poll? This is the poll that matters the most, believe it or not. Nothing is above it. Because the idea of trying to, that's what I say, who runs America in elections? It's who? Independents.
Mm-hmm.
Now, not the Democrats that are only going to vote Democrats, and not the Republicans that are only going to vote Republicans.
So true.
You know
only
why
the
Stephen
dumbest,
Smith's
most
getting crushed? By the way,
Americans.
can you guys pull that up? I'm asking
which
for
poll,
it.
Pat?
He knows what it is right here. Zoom in. Are you guys serious right now? You just texted it to me. This is so funny
God
right now.
damn
They're
it.
showing me a complete different. Yeah.
Okay.
He literally texted to me multiple times. So just pull up what you texted me, guys, in the back. So this poll here explains whose minds were changed.
Okay.
That's it. Nothing else Nothing more, nothing less. This is the one that matters the most. I think you literally just send it to me right here, guys. It's.
And what was the
do you
poll,
see it?
Pat?
It's a poll. Okay, I'll just read it before they get it. So, time for a final verdict. Who won this debate? And who did you favor?
There it is.
Okay, going in. I favored Candace. Candace won, 39%. I favored Candace. Andrew won, 9%. I favored Andrew. Andrew won, 45%. I favored Andrew. Candace won, 8%.
So the 9 and the 8%.
That's
movable
the
middle
number.
is
That's
the
the,
number.
so really the plus minus is what? What's the plus minus? 1.
1.
Towards Andrew.
Yeah.
Do you understand what you're saying?
No, that's actually not the way to interpret that data. I mean, you could interpret it that way, but I would say that like it's confounded by so many different things. I will say it confirms my biases that most people go into these debates, and they said that too, with a preconceived notion as to who won based on like their affection for that person, which often in times of like this, where that affection is for a content creator, maps onto like a shared belief because they watch all of the content. But what you also have to think about stuff like this is that a lot of the people who are giving you this I favored Candace, Andrew one answer, I favored Andrew, Candace one answer, they're just lying because they're people who are sophisticated enough to know that like playing the skeptic makes it seem more like the person they favored going in won anyway. Or they actually believe they're skeptical in some real way, but they're not, right? And sometimes like people get mad when you don't take people at face value, but that's just what it means to be like a real social scientist or even any kind of like human behavior focused like specialist. People oftentimes just aren't truthful for one reason or another, even if they want to be. And so I would guess that probably even fewer of these people actually are conveying like this accurately. And so probably even fewer people had like the capacity to change their mind. This is like what total like 17% of people who changed their mind. I would give it maybe 7. I would say maybe 7%, but it was pretty fun nonetheless.
The 9 and the 8%.
The movable middle is
That's
the number.
so really the plus minus is what? What's the plus minus? 1. Towards Andrew.
Yeah.
Do you understand what just happened right there?
Yep.
So
no
nothing.
one's going to change your mind. No one's going to change the other person's mind that they're sitting there like there's no way. Like he's already said, you're already said, you guys are actually irrelevant because your mind is going to be like, no, I think
I'm just following evidence.
And you're going to be
There's
like,
zero
no, I think there's
gut
something there in
instincts
George's
here.
end.
There's
Those
evidence.
two communities, believe it or not, are not part of this. The people that are part of it is like, I don't know, man. I think
that since Adam is claiming to have watched a lot more of the preliminary hearing than Andrew clearly watched, I think that Adam should debate Candace next. Don't you think that would be good? Don't you think that Adam should take the state's position and debate Candace next? I would really enjoy that.
are not part of this. The people that are part of it is like, I don't know, man. I think there's something like Tom just said something. Tom's like, that whole thing with fingerprint, that's a little weird, right? Or somebody saying, man, that whole part about asking a question and you don't have a single evidence to show and valid. Ooh, I don't know why you're not showing it. You know, he's showing evidence. You said this and that's the part that matters. And let's see what the turnout ends up.
I truly believe that people do not know what constitutes like evidence anymore. I've always felt that like people don't understand what constitutes like a pattern that indicates that a amount of evidence is like significant for like whatever they're trying to prove. And that's been like the case for a while. But now I'm just totally convinced that people have no idea what constitutes like evidence, like in the more abstract sense.
You said this and that's the part that matters. And let's see what the turnout ends up becoming. Guys, many of you guys have been messaging saying, hey, Pat.
About the hat?
We haven't had a limited edition hat in a long time. And I know a lot of people.
You guys have been messaging Pat, Trick Bet David too much, asking him for ugly hats. You guys got to stop. He won't stop wasting money on hats. He is living under hats, a mountain of hats. People won't stop messaging him about hats. Every day I get messages about hats. It's like a hat selling company. I thought they had like business acumen. Anthony Blumpkin, thank you for the $3 tip. Have you heard of the drone theory that a plane released a drone with a rifle mounted to it and the drone killed Kirk autonomously? Then the plane circled back around and retrieved it. That's funny. You got to understand a lot of like the complex conspiracy theories around like how Charlie was killed are rooted in Americans not liking the reality that guns are dangerous and are way more likely to be used to kill you without you being able to defend yourself than they are to facilitate you defending yourself from someone trying to kill you. And when a situation like this happens where someone is sniped from really far away, it really disabuses people of the notion that like, well, if there was like a mass shooter or some guy with a knife or some guy hassling me with my girl, I would just empty 2 in his chest. Because what it reaffirms to people, or what it does teach people if they can actually accept it, is that if someone wants you dead within our society, they can just get something from Walmart. They can go to the local Walmart and they can perch up on a roof and they can kill you from so far away that you have no way of defending yourself or even knowing until you're dead. And that's very, very scary in a society where people have allowed guns to become ubiquitous, because it just doesn't happen as often as the other types of mass shooting. And so there's been a lot of like coping about that very stark reality and trying to make it seem as though like, no, there's no way that a person who practices with a rifle could shoot somebody from 150 yards away. You can only do that if you're a military sniper or some kind of specialist. Of course, that's not true. Hunters can do it. If you practiced enough, you would be able to do it likely, but it's not like, it doesn't fit into people's, mythology around guns, at least like dumb people's mythology around guns as, a toy for me, or like, part of their Rambo fantasies for actively defending themselves. Because in an action movie like a John Wick or something, where he's trying to like actively defend himself, or he's like using guns to defend himself in cool ways that people want to imagine like they can be like, very rarely is he being subjected to like sniper fire, right? Like a sniper from 2 miles away. And the first one he is, and like, what's his name? Willem Dafoe helps him. But in movies like that, like you only see that kind of close quarters, like not very effective gun combat. And so people very much just don't like the idea that someone in their society could buy something that lets them kill you from so far away that you can't like do anything about it. And maybe they get away, maybe they don't get away, right? With the FBI under Kash Patel, like it's very likely they will get away, but it's not the, the narrative, it's not the mythology that makes people feel like, if not good about guns, that guns are useful and manageable and like not something to be so scared of. Because like, yeah, in that kind of situation, it's no different than being struck by lightning. You have no way of really dealing with it. There have been a few cases, I think, of like snipers in America being like on the loose, right? The DC sniper is the one that I think about, but I can't necessarily say how many others there have been. But the DC sniper was a real fear for a lot of people. I'm better with a bow. Okay, Katniss. Okie dokie. Let's get out of here. I don't know if I'm going to be able to make it to the 8 o'clock. The 8 o'clock Spider-Man, Spooderman. Because I kind of want to go and get stuff before the movie. So maybe I'll just go to 9:30. Is it such a big deal to stay out late? Will any of you join me late? If I stay out late, then I'll come back late and it'll be late. It's fine. I'm a big boy. I can do it. I think I can do it. Because I don't want to be in a rush. I don't want to be in a rush. Sean T, thank you for the $50 USD super chat. It's not showing up in my recent events, but I'm going to highlight it here. Starting a new job next week, which is great, but won't be able to join much live anymore. Wanted to leave some coin on my way out. Arigato. Thanks for all the takes and laughs over the past year. See y'all in the Discord and YouTube comments. Well, it will be not so bright. It'll be one person down with you gone, Shanti. I hope you can make it some other times, and be sure to leave a comment on one of the videos, live stream VODs, or just cuts, or I guess in the Discord too, because I'm always there. Well, I'm not always there, but I'm there enough with how your job is going. Sean T, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships as well. Making it rain on your way out. I appreciate that. Rain on me. What's that song? I don't want to live. I don't want to. Is that like Alicia Keys? I think it's Alicia Keys. I appreciate it. W. Sean T. It's insanity, if you don't mind me saying. I also want to see that other movie, Teenage Sex and Death at Camp Miasma, with Hannah Einbinder and oh man, who is? It's not. Well, I know it's Hannah Einbinder. It's Ashanti, of course. Super, super appreciative. I am Shanti, and definitely good luck at your new job. Blame it on the rain. Oh yeah. Ooh, maybe I will go to the later. Gillian Anderson. Yes, now I remember. Yes, Gillian Anderson. Great. I definitely want to watch that. I hope it's really sleazy. Anyway, let's set up the raid. Ooh, is Bongino melting down about Jimmy Dore? Maybe we'll watch that tomorrow. I'm on the wrong. Oh, that's why I was here. I'm on the wrong account. Thank you for the 13 months in a row membership. Garlic fries 85. I should get some garlic fries. Israel does not have a right to exist. I've never heard of it. D.L. Hughley still around? That's why I was here. I'm on the wrong. Oh, I clicked my own video. Oh yeah. Also, crazy. There's a new Venting with Vinny. We'll have to watch that too. And maybe we'll do some drunk. Oh, tomorrow Saturday, so we'll do some drunk cops. Oh, and I still didn't call my utilities company. They're gonna try to charge me money that I'm not gonna pay them for sure. Don't you hate when people are trying to jock your swagger? Do people say that still? Do people ever say that? Probably not. I'm definitely not gonna make it to the 8 o'clock. It's fine. I'm an adult. I can stay out late. Did I monetize this video? I don't remember. I don't know if I want popcorn. Popper of the South, thank you for the subscription over on Twitch. The movie theater near me, and this might make me sound like an effete cosmopolitan leftist, it doesn't really have a lot of premium snacks. The movie theaters in the Netherlands, in my experience, don't really have a lot of premium snacks. And when I think of premium snacks, I think of the kinds of stuff that like you can get at a decent sized Regal. I don't need a whole like Alamo Draft House menu. I find that to be like oftentimes unnecessary. But if a movie theater has like pretzel nuggets and like, I mean like soft pretzel nuggets with like dippable cheese, like honestly, even up to like chicken fingers, like or mozzarella sticks, I am in love. I am willing to pay a pretty big premium at a movie theater for like dollar menu items essentially from a White Castle. But they don't have that here. So I can either get like a cookie or some chips or some popcorn, or I can decide to like enhance my own experience, if you know what I mean. That makes it sound like I'm going to jack off in the theater. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to try not to do that. I mean, sneak stuff in. But they do have like cocktails. Not the one I'm going to. They just have normal beer. But they do have cocktails at a lot of theaters. Not like last time. I'm not going to do an old Jeffrey Toobin. Old Tug and Toobin. Fight the demons, Brandon. Exactly. Treat yourself. Treat myself to jacking off for like a snack. Don't go full Pee Wee Herman. I'll try not to. No, not both. You guys are always trying to get me in trouble. You guys can't wait for my downfall. I'm so nice to you all, and you're always trying to get me in trouble. Yeah. I want to take a shower. I'm not going to make the 8 o'clock. I'm going to take a shower, but that's my fault for giving into the the streamer addiction and streaming for longer than I had planned on, and ending up watching too much of the PBD show. That's my fault. But I want to take a shower. I probably want to eat something before I go to the theater. Yeah, I'll just take some like workout stimulants before, and then touch fuzzy, get dizzy. You know what I mean? You probably don't, because that was really vague and might have also meant like masturbate, but that's not what I meant. I gotta stop saying that because it gets the stream to monetize. Well. The raid is about to go off. It's been wonderful. Another great week. I'll see you tomorrow. Take it easy. Keep it sleazy, folks. Bye.